Chapter 565. Luo Henji had gone missing. At this crucial moment, what did it mean for Luo Henji to go missing? It meant that most likely, something unexpected had happened. Most likely, Luo Henji had been intercepted by the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. When he thought here, Luo Tongqian's hands and feet turned cold. He stood there dumbstruck and could not make a sound for a long time. He was already stunned by this unexpected event. At the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Luo Henji was Luo Tongqian's most trusted assistant and the most intelligent Dao warrior. Luo Tongqian had to admit this point. Thus, he had discussed many matters with Luo Henji. He was not used to losing Luo Henji all of a sudden. However, he was the leader of a sect and knew that he must not panic at this moment. He worked hard to calm himself down and organized his thoughts. Then, he said to the Heavenly Punishing Hawk, "Divine Hawk, regardless, please convey the situation to the Heavenly Punishing Villa. If we allow Qin Wushuang to grow, it will not be the result they want to see." The Heavenly Punishing Hawk said coldly, "Do we need you to explain this? I already said it." At the headquarters of the Heavenly Punishing Villa, a group of higher-ups were discussing something. In terms of strength, neither the Heavenly Punishing Villa nor the Sound of Thunder sect would be stronger than the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. However, when these two sects had formed a sworn alliance, their absolute strength had completely suppressed the Qin clan. Therefore, in these 1,000 years of struggle, the Qin clan had been suppressed step by step. Countless talents had lost their precious lives in this entanglement. Even figures at the elder level like Qin Sheshuan had suffered many casualties. The Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect only had one goal, and that was to destroy the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. The conflicts accumulated over a few thousand years had caused them to reach a situation where they would not rest until one of them died. "Either you die, or I perish." These words were the most vivid portrayal of their relationship. Second suzerain, the second suzerain of the Sound of Thunder sect, has arrived outside the mountain gate. A scout quickly returned to report. "Everyone, come with me to welcome him." A middle-aged man with a short stature and flickering eyes stood up with a vigorous expression. He led a group of higher-ups of the Heavenly Punishing Villa and walked towards the mountain gate. The Heavenly Punishing Villa was also one of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Naturally, their territory was blessed by nature. When they arrived at the mountain gate, a silver-robed man had already arrived with a few subordinates. "Master Lei Yiming, you've come at the right time. I've been waiting for you to come." This vigorous and short middle-aged man was precisely the second master of the Heavenly Punishing Villa, Yang Guinan. That silver-robed man was the Thunder sect's sect master Lei Yiming. In the Thunder sect, he was the second in command. It was equivalent to Yang Guinan's position in the Heavenly Punishing Villa. "Since Brother Guinan has invited me, this little brother doesn't dare to refuse." The silver-robed man chuckled and said, "I wonder if Brother Guinan has something important to discuss." Yang Guinan pointed to the wilderness outside, saying, "Brother Thunder, this is not a trivial matter. Let's find a quiet place and talk about it." Seeing Yang Guinan being so serious, Lei Yiming knew the seriousness of the situation. He nodded and said, "Brother Guinan, please arrange it well." Deep in the clouds of the Heavenly Punishing Villa, Lei Yiming revealed a serious expression. He had already finished listening to Yang Guinan's words and said with a deep voice, "There is such a monstrous thing? There's definitely something fishy going on. Brother Lei Yiming, if the Heavenly Punishing Hawk hadn't delivered the news, I would not have dared to believe it. You said that only people at the Supreme Dao stage like you and me could come and go freely at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, right? It was destroyed by a kid from the human countries." Yang Guinan's tone was also serious. Apparently, he was also extremely confused about this situation. Lei Yiming gave a long sigh. If it was only a conflict between a genius from the human countries and the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, we would not have to get involved. However, the most important part is that this kid's surname is Qin. That's right, this kid's surname is Qin. Yang Guinan gave a long sigh. Previously, we had secretly set up a bounty to deal with the 100-leaf Qin clan. We wanted to cut off an important branch of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. In the end, it was destroyed by this Qin Wushuang. At that time, We did not take this as a warning and only thought it was an accident. Now, it seems that this Qin Wushuang was a restless factor and had already destroyed our grand plan. For sure, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is trash. Lei Ming swore with a somewhat indignant tone that Luo Henji still had the face to talk about cooperation with us. With their little skills, they even felt that they were in the way as cannon fodder. What happened in the end? It proved that we were right to not trust them completely. Brother Lei Ming, it's useless to say these things now. Yang Guinan said with an extremely serious tone. Now, the most important thing is how to remedy the situation. You and I would not want to see a disciple of the Qin clan rise quickly, right? You know that the Qin clan has a profound foundation. If we truly allow them to nurture another elite warrior of the Supreme Tao, it would be a thorny problem to you and me. Brother Guinan, what do you mean? Yang Guinan made a chopping hand gesture and said with a cold tone, historical experience tells us that if we do not want to regret it, we must strike first. Or else, we will certainly grow and become a great calamity to you and me. Lei Ming nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Inside the Shen Yuan Mound, there were countless such experiences. Before an elite warrior rose to power, they were all in the limelight. The speed and momentum of their rise were also extremely vast. During the process of their rise, the enemies of such elite warriors had not paid enough attention to them and allowed them to develop freely. Thus, they had developed to the point where it was too late for regrets. Therefore, to stifle the rise of an elite warrior and the possibility of a regretful situation, the best way was to kill them in the cradle of their growth. Letting the genius die in the cradle of their growth was the wisest choice to eliminate all future troubles. Now, the problem was, who would do it? The two great elite warriors of the Supreme Tao thought of this problem at the same time. They looked at each other in dismay and laughed awkwardly. Clearly, they were counting on the other party to do this matter. However, it was clear that it would be unfair for either party to go. The Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect had always been of the same breath and branch. They shared honor and disgrace together. Brother Lei Ming, in fact, my Heavenly Punishing Villa has already contributed. Sending out the Heavenly Punishing Hawk is already a high profile. Of course, for this matter, I do not plan to evade it. For this matter, we must do it together. Yes, let's do it together. At this moment, Lei Ming would not have any petty schemes. It would be unreasonable to let the Heavenly Punishing Villa go alone. I have also thought it through. For this matter, even if I sent my subordinates, they would not be of any help. Besides the elite warriors of the Supreme Tao stage, no one from our two sects is stronger than Luo Tongtian. Since that Luo Tongtian is helpless, it seems that only elite warriors of the Supreme Tao can do something. Thus, you and I must make a trip. Yang Guinan did not conceal his intentions. Okay, then let's make a trip. It doesn't matter if the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is destroyed or not. However, we will never allow the Qin clan to have another young genius. Lei Ming's attitude was also determined. No, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect cannot be destroyed. Yang Guinan expressed his opinion out of the ordinary. Oh, why do you say this? Lei Ming frowned. From his point of view, the series of problems displayed by this heavenly Luo Daoist sect did not seem like a major powerhouse that was qualified to form an alliance with them. Lei Ming, I have a question that is somewhat abrupt, I might as well ask you. Go ahead. I want to ask, when you and I joined hands to fight against the heavenly Emperor Qin clan, major battles, small conflicts, and even situations where two armies confronted each other have happened countless times. However, in the end, we still could not destroy the heavenly Emperor Qin clan. It seems that if this situation continues, we will still hold the upper hand in the battle against the Qin clan. However, do you have 100% assurance to destroy them? This question was incisive. After a moment of silence, Lei Ming said with a bitter smile, although I don't want to boost the morale of others, the fate of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is tough, they are a tough bone to chew. To chew them in a short time, we must have more helpers. If another powerhouse from the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates is willing to join, the Qin clan will be destroyed. Ha ha, if someone was willing to join, they would have done so 1,000 years ago. This assumption is meaningless. Yang Guinan said with a bitter smile, the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates are intertwined and have complicated relationships. When we scheme against the Heavenly Emperor mountain, others are also on guard against us. They will not form an alliance with us that easily. Besides, they are already entrenched in the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates and do not hold any historical grudge with the Qin clan. There is no need for them to go against the Qin clan. Therefore, we can only count on those powerhouses that want to enter the Heavenly Emperor mountain. Then we should look for those first-rate powerhouses that are not part of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. There aren't that many of them. This Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is truly useless. Yang Guinan laughed. Lei Ming, in the end, there is only one reason why the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is being restrained in all aspects. What reason? It's simple. They do not have a single elite warrior of the Supreme Tao. If they had a Supreme Tao elite warrior, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect would definitely have great potential and could be on par with other first-rate powerhouses. However, that is all in the past. Now with their mountain gate destroyed, they have lost their greatest support. Then it's even more impossible to count on them. Lei Ming said. No, I feel that this is the best time to rope in the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect and control them. A trace of shrewd and strange smile emerged from Yang Guinan's vigorous eyes. What do you mean? Yang Guinan said, after this great calamity, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect's morale is low. Most importantly, with their foundation destroyed, it's almost impossible to rebuild it. Therefore, they urgently need a place to settle down. Therefore, they are even more desperate for the position of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. This kind of pressing mentality is the best way to stimulate their greatest potential. Brother Guinan, you are not planning to support the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, right? Lei Ming asked with a somewhat surprised tone. It's not support, it's control. That Luo Tongtian is already at the peak of the common mysterious stage and has great hope to enter the Supreme Tao stage. If we can help him at a crucial moment. Once he enters the Supreme Tao stage, to deal with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, he will definitely be the best chess piece. Among those first-rate powerhouses, are there any as obedient as the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Are they this easy to control? In comparison, those first-rate powerhouses that were not part of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates all cared about their status. It would not be easy to control them. And with the current situation of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, it would be easy to control them. Thinking here, Lei Ming was also somewhat moved. Sorry, the 6th update is still being edited. If it is not updated before lunch, it will be updated quickly after lunch. Please don't leave. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 566. If Luo Tongtian could enter the Supreme Tao stage, even if the mountain gate of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect was destroyed, they would rise with the tide. To the Xian Yuan Mound, an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao would be a significant figure. With an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao, they would be qualified to become the true mainstream powerhouse of the Xian Yuan Mound. They would be able to participate in the major events of the Xian Yuan Mound. Lei Ming looked at Yang Guinan and said with a smile, Brother Guinan, this way, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is the only choice in your heart? Lei Ming also smiled at ease. He did not evade Lei Ming's gaze as he asked leisurely, Brother Lei Ming, then what do you think, if we remove the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan from the Heavenly Emperor mountain, who would be more advantageous to occupy their position? Would you rather have a first-rate powerhouse that does not listen to us enter, or would you rather have the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect that is easier to control? Ha ha. Of course the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect would be better. Only, their performance is too terrible. Are they qualified to enter the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates? Therefore, the crucial question is whether Luo Tongtian can enter the Supreme Tao stage. I plan to give Luo Tongtian 15 years. 15 years. Lei Ming frowned slightly. Then, he understood something and nodded, so Brother Guinan is already considering that matter in 18 years. If we cannot destroy the Qin clan in 18 years, Then we can only squeeze the Qin clan out of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain through the proper channels. At this point, the two of them laughed heartily from the bottom of their hearts. After the discussion, Lei Yiming and Yang Guinan walked together. Just as they were about to leave the Heavenly Punishing Villa and depart, suddenly, a burst of peaceful crane cries emerged from the sky. Deep inside the white clouds, a group of white cranes flapped their wings and flew. Behind this group of white cranes, a chariot pulled by 5 dragon beasts rolled over from the sky with an imposing manner. This formation caused Lei Yiming and Yang Guinan to be greatly shocked. This disposition of forces made them instantly understand the identity of the person that had arrived. They immediately stood on the side respectfully and said with a loud voice, "Is it the sage of the Heavenly Emperor Gate?" The Heavenly Emperor 8 gates took turns to be the emperor. However, the gate that occupied the seat of the Heavenly Emperor would be the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Regardless of the original name of this gate, the other 7 gates would automatically call them the Heavenly Emperor Gate. This was to set off the supreme position of the Heavenly Emperor Gate at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As the name suggests, although the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had 8 gates, the core was still the Heavenly Emperor Gate. The war chariot landed, and a boy and girl floated out of it. Both of them looked like they were carved from jade. Pulling open the curtain of the chariot, a young man in luxurious clothes walked out. Behind the chariot, there was a row of silver-armored guards. When the young man stepped out of the dragon chariot, they very neatly surrounded him. Lei Yiming and Yang Guinan both sucked in a breath of cold air. "Prince Xin?" When the young man saw Lei Yiming and Yang Guinan, he was also slightly surprised. "How did you two know that I am here to visit?" Lei Yiming and Yang Guinan both smiled bitterly. Not daring to hide anything, they could only say, "The two of us didn't know that young master would grace us with his presence. We were just about to go out when we suddenly heard the cries of cranes in the air. So when we looked up, we saw that your highness had arrived. That's really quite a coincidence. I didn't expect that the master of the Thunder Sect would also be at the Heavenly Punishing Villa. I was just about to visit the Heavenly Punishing Villa before going to the Sound of Thunder Sect. You two appear to be in a hurry. Could it be something urgent has happened?" Yang Guinan gave a long sigh. "It's about that trivial matter with the Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect. That Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect has always shared a friendly relationship with my Heavenly Punishing Villa. Now, they have asked for help several times. If we don't take care of them, we would feel somewhat apologetic." When this Prince Xin heard the words Heavenly Luo Daoist Sect, he paused for a moment. However, he did not find it strange as he nodded. "That's right. In that case, go ahead. By the way, second suzerain Yang, is your head suzerain inside the mountain gate?" The head suzerain is already out. When Prince Xin had come to visit, regardless of how deeply the head suzerain of the Heavenly Punishing Villa was in solitary training, he had to come out to welcome him. Indeed, before Yang Guinan had finished speaking, a long whistle emerged from inside the villa. "Prince Xin has graced us with your presence. I apologize for not going out to welcome you. Fortunately, second received me, or else it would have been too negligent." This head suzerain was Yang Guinan's brother from the same mother. His name was Yang Beifei and he was a few years older than Yang Guinan. The two brothers ruled the Heavenly Punishing Villa together. This was also one of the great oddities of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The figure of this Yang Beifei was much more tall and sturdy than Yang Guinan. He gave people the feeling of having a rough figure. However, although this Yang Beifei appeared to be straightforward, in fact, he was extremely meticulous. He was even more astute than Yang Guinan. Prince Xin laughed and turned to speak to Yang Guinan and Lei Yiming. "If you two have important matters to attend to, please go ahead. It's fine to have the head suzerain to accompany me." These two had declined a few times. When they saw Prince Xin was sincere, they finally dared to bid farewell and leave. After they had left the Heavenly Punishing Villa, Lei Yiming could not help but say, "Brother Guinan, it seems something has happened since Prince Xin came to visit." The prince they spoke of was Xin Wuji, the son of the current Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. This person was unquestionably the number one figure among the younger generation of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He was also the role model and the number one idol among the younger generation of the Xian Yuan Mound. Besides the Xian Yuan clan, the totem clan that never came out, Xin Wuji could be said as the #1 trump card among the younger generation of the Shen Yuan Mound. Despite his young age, this person was already at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Additionally, he was an existence that could break into the supreme Dao stage at any moment. For your information, this Xin Wuji was only 40 years old. In the Shen Yuan Mound, at the age of 30 years old, he was simply a junior among the juniors. In the martial arts world, especially in a place like the Shen Yuan Mound, there were thousands of years-old monsters everywhere. Martial artists that were a few hundred years old could be said to be everywhere. Martial artists that were 1,000 years old were also as numerous as dogs. However, among those that were as numerous as dogs, how many of them had trained to the peak of the common mysterious stage? This also proved the terrifying talent of this Xin Wuji from the side. It also proved the reason why Xin Wuji's family was able to sit on the seat of the Heavenly Emperor and rule the entire Shen Yuan Mound. Yang Guinan had been thinking about this matter. Upon hearing Lei Yiming's question, he also shook his head with a bitter smile. It must not be a small matter for Prince Xin to step out. Brother Guinan, you truly did not receive any news? From Lei Yiming's tone, there was a trace of jealousy. Prince Xin had paid a personal visit to the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect. What did this mean? It meant that the Heavenly Punishing Villa held a higher position in Prince Xin's heart. It could even mean that in the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Punishing Villa held more weight than the Sound of Thunder sect. Yang Guinan denied flatly, Brother Lei Yiming, I swear, I know nothing about this matter. I also dare to promise that my big brother did not know about it beforehand. This is purely an unexpected visit. An unexpected visit. Lei Yiming mumbled and gave a long sigh. Could it be that there are some movements? Let's hope that there won't be any more trouble. Yang Guinan laughed. It's none of our business. Let's not think too much and take care of the business at the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. You also saw Prince Xin's attitude. Yes, it seems that he also does not wish for the destruction of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Or else, he only needed to give us a slight reminder. How could you and I dare to go? He did not object and asked us to leave. His attitude is clear. Brother Lei Yiming, we must speed up. When these two spoke up to hear, inwardly, they shuddered and sped towards the direction of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. With such a delay, more than half a month had passed since Luo Henji had departed. And Qin Wushuang had stayed in the depths of the ley lines for almost a month. Currently, Qin Wushuang only felt joy filling his heart. After training for almost a month, he had truly experienced the meaning of rapid progress. If his previous speed of progress had already made many people click their tongues in wonder, then this month's speed could be described as defying the natural order. He already felt that on the path of the transformation void martial stage, he had already broken through all the obstacles. In this month, he had encountered countless obstacles. If it were in the past, it would have taken him a long time to climb over these obstacles. However, in this month, Qin Wushuang had easily crossed these ditches and ridges. Each time he crossed over, he could feel a form of substantial improvement and a brand new appearance of the stage. Great, but unfortunately, after all, the training of the void martial stage is not the same as the spiritual martial force. Without the comprehension from actual combat, without the stimulation of the stage, regardless, I cannot advance to the profound void martial stage. It would be great if I could freely enter and leave the depths of the ley lines. Qin Wushuang thought with regret. He knew that it was time to go out. If he did not go out, most likely the situation in the outside world would change drastically. Immediately, he used the communication jade plate to contact Bao Bao. When Bao Bao received Qin Wushuang's spiritual perception, he was overjoyed. Boss, you finally contacted us. Are you ready to come out? Qin Wushuang laughed leisurely. I don't want to go out. However, inside here, without a good stimulation point, it would be extremely difficult to break through in a short period of time. Unless an elite warrior comes in to fight with me, perhaps it would give me a flash of inspiration. Or else, I can only sit here and wait for a gradual process of comprehension. If there was no good stimulation point and he could not form an epiphany, it did not mean that he would not be able to break through. As time passed, he could still break through if he continued to comprehend. However, it would be impossible to predict the time. Perhaps, it would be 3 to 5 months, 3 to 5 years, or even 30 to 50 years. No one could guarantee it. Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, Bao Bao also said with regret, "Unfortunately, I cannot go in, or else I would fight with you." "Ha ha, boss, now that you are also at the transformation void martial stage, I am afraid I cannot beat you." "Are you guys still at the 9 refined mysterious wind valley?" Qin Wushuang asked with a smile. "Yes, Great Chief is really patient. Boss, your Supreme Tao elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain are really good to you." Bao Bao sighed with emotion from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, suddenly, the wings of that heavenly punishing hawk stood upright. It let out a piercing cry and glared fiercely at Bao Bao's direction. This heavenly punishing hawk had sensed the subtle movements of the spiritual perception. For such indescribable movements, only elite warriors of the Supreme Tao could grasp it. However, this heavenly punishing hawk had caught it. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 567. Divine Hawk, What's Wrong? Instantly, Luo Tongtian became alert and blew a short whistle. Immediately, the entire encirclement became alert. The heavenly punishing hawk said with a sharp voice, "There is spiritual perception movement, someone has broken in." A cold light flashed across Luo Tongtian's eyes. Good. Spiritual perception movement, it must be those 2 loyal friends of Qin Wushuang, everyone stay alert. Following the trajectory of that spiritual perception movement, the heavenly punishing hawk opened and closed its wings. Like lightning, its body congealed into a beautiful arc and shot out like an arrow. Luo Tongtian knew that for sure, this heavenly punishing hawk had discovered the enemy's tracks. He held the broadsword with both hands and also transformed into a meteoric light to slash out against the wind. The speed of the heavenly punishing hawk was extremely fast. While it was dashing forward, suddenly, with a rumbling sound, a layer of barrier appeared out of nowhere in the direction it was heading. One only heard a muffled boom sound. Instantly, the body of the heavenly punishing hawk bent backwards as if it had been bounced back by a wave of gigantic power. The power of this bounce caused the feathers of the heavenly punishing hawk to scatter in all directions. When Luo Tongtian, who was behind, saw the situation, he saw the opportunity quickly. He turned in the air and did not rush forward. He retreated a few dozen meters as if he had seen a ghost. "Who is it?" Luo Tongtian was truly shocked as he looked forward with rapt attention. In front of him, a transparent wall of air that seemed to be invisible slowly broke apart, and wisps of spiritual mist rose into the air. If it wasn't for this, they would not have seen such a powerful obstacle ahead of them. When the heavenly punishing hawk was knocked away, more than half of its feathers had fallen off. Its appearance was more like a chicken that had been soaked in boiling water. People could not help but laugh. However, although this prideful spiritual beast was furious to the extreme and the ruthlessness in its bones was boiling, it did not dare to approach after it had suffered a moment ago. It looked down from afar and for the first time, there was a form of fear in its eyes. At this time, Bao Bao jumped out from the sky and looked at the heavenly punishing hawk with a gloating expression. He said to Lone, "Senior Lone, look at that wild chicken, ha ha, all its feathers have been stripped off, ha ha." Lone also jumped out from the sky and laughed. "How could this be called the heavenly punishing hawk? It's more like the heavenly punishing chicken." These 2 guys had sharp tongues. "Boss, are you ready? Come out." Qin Wushuang had already accumulated power and was ready to take action. Once again, the graceful spiritual bow was reinforced with a divine Tao talisman of the wood attribute. This wood attribute was a natural counter to the earth attribute. In the earth vein, it would be even more useful. Qin Wushuang's primordial spirit didn't have a single strand of distracting thoughts. He pulled the graceful spiritual bow to its fullest, and the divine light glistened around his body. The instant Bao Bao suddenly appeared, everyone looked towards that ruined mound. Almost at the same time, the ground suddenly shook violently. Immediately after, a green light shot into the sky at lightning speed. The green light was as thick as a water bucket. It was like a trapped dragon rising to the sky, wreaking havoc and completely breaking apart the ruins. Within this green light, a figure soared into the sky. Qin Wushuang, who had been in closed-door training for nearly a month, had finally broken through the ground and appeared in the world. "Boss!" Bao Bao and Lone shouted excitedly. Luo Tongtian waved his broadsword and shouted hysterically, "Kill him!" Everyone of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect seemed to have gone mad as they threw themselves towards Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang dashed into the air and suddenly, the purple cloud yin-yang wings opened. Fluttering the wings against the wind, in a flash, he had already dashed a few hundred meters away. In the sky, waves of weapons and waves of attack came at him with all their might. Just when these attacks were pursuing him closely, suddenly, a burst of green light flashed in the sky. With a whoosh, all the weapons and waves of attack were swallowed by this green light. It seemed that all the weapons and waves of attack had been engulfed by a giant furnace. After this green light had swallowed everything, with a casual roll, everything had turned into ashes and scattered to the ground. Even Luo Tongtian was dumbfounded by this strange situation. When the heavenly punishing hawk saw that the situation was far from reassuring, it gave a sharp whistle and turned to leave. After all, it was a spiritual beast that lived at the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Inside the heavenly punishing villa, it was experienced and knowledgeable. It knew that such method must be a divine skill of the divine Tao. Behind that green light, a man with the face of a baby and dressed in elegant clothing suddenly appeared indistinctly. He looked at these people of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect with indifference. Is this all the heavenly Luo Daoist sect has? Suppressed by this person's temperament, Luo Tongtian instantly felt that it was difficult to breathe. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. You are Qin Chongyang? That's right, I am Qin Chongyang. Luo Tongtian, open your eyes and look at this heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Everything here is the price and punishment for overestimating your strength. Qin Chongyang spoke with an indifferent tone. From his eyes, one could not see the emotion of viewing the heavenly Luo Daoist sect as a great enemy. In his eyes, there was no hatred. There was only a form of light disdain and even a form of mockery. Such eyes only belonged to those elite warriors. When they saw someone much weaker than them challenging them, how could there be any hatred? He would not even be bothered to show disdain. There was only disdain. It was not strange. With the strength displayed by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, not to mention forming a threat to the heavenly Emperor Qin clan, it would be difficult for them to enter their eyes. Instantly, Luo Tongtian felt a sense of humiliation. It was as if someone had pulled off all his clothes. He felt incredibly embarrassed and humiliated. He said angrily, "Qin Chongyang, why are you so arrogant? Do you think that your Qin clan is still the heavenly Emperor Gate? Do you think that you still have the final say in the Shen Yuan Mound? Don't pretend to be calm and collected. Even if my heavenly Luo Daoist sect cannot defeat you, there will always be people who can take care of you. Take care of the heavenly Emperor Qin clan? Perhaps, there will be people like that. However, it will not be you, Luo Tongtian. It's because you no longer have the chance." Inwardly, Luo Tongtian trembled, for he knew that the other party's words were equivalent to announcing his death sentence. Finally, the anger that had accumulated inside his heart for a long time exploded. "Qin Chongyang, you are relying on your supreme Tao strength to act like a tyrant here. Kill me if you have the skill. Let's see how you will shut the mouths of the people in the world. Doesn't your heavenly Emperor Mountain always boast of your strength of character? Do you always boast of being fair? You are an elite warrior of the supreme Tao and have an unfair advantage. Let's see how the people of the world will laugh at your heavenly Emperor Qin clan for your extreme hypocrisy." Before death, Luo Tongtian was still afraid. Initially, he had spoken these sarcastic words to restrain the other party and to make Qin Chongyang restrain his fear when he made his move. Qin Chongyang smiled at ease. Luo Tongtian's words did not affect his mood in the slightest. Being an elite warrior of the supreme Tao, he had an extremely firm will. How could he be shaken by these words? At this moment, Qin Wushuang had already dropped from the cloud. He looked at Luo Tongtian from afar and said with a cold sneer, Luo Tongtian, others can say that I have an unfair advantage. What qualifications do you have? Luo Tongtian said angrily, Qin Wushuang, you destroyed the mountain gate of my heavenly Luo Daoist sect and killed my disciple. You deserve 10,000 deaths for your crimes. Luo Tongtian, put away your judge's face. Qin Wushuang was not in a good mood as he would not fall for his tricks. Initially, when your heavenly Luo Daoist sect sent Luo Yun to act like a tyrant in the human countries, why didn't you say that it was an unfair advantage? When I entered the Shen Yuan Mound, your heavenly Luo Daoist sect killed me everywhere. The bounty increased day by day. Even an elite warrior like Luo Ting had participated. At that time, why didn't you say that it was an unfair advantage? After that, your heavenly Luo Daoist sect went out in full force and surrounded me from all directions. You also sent people to the human countries to deal with my sect. Why didn't you say that it was an unfair advantage? Which of the things you've done that you didn't win with an unfair advantage? Now, do you still have the qualifications to say that others had an unfair advantage? What kind of cause, what kind of effect? This is your heavenly Luo Daoist sect's retribution. Luo Tongtian was rendered speechless by Qin Wushuang's refutation. He said with a malevolent expression, Kid, I am not as eloquent as you. Today, if you didn't have the thigh of an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao to hug, today would be the day of your death, Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer, you should worry more about yourself. After he had finished speaking, he retreated and turned to speak to Qin Wushuang. I am Qin Wushuang, disciple of the Qin clan of the human countries. It's an honor to meet you, great chief. Qin Chongyang said with a leisurely smile, young man, good job. Boss, you did a great job, haha. Bao Bao also walked up and gave Qin Wushuang a bear hug. Lone also followed his example. Luo Tongtian held the broadsword tightly with both hands and stared in the direction of Qin Chongyang. Before an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao, he did not have much of a wishful thinking. From beginning to end, he had never planned to fight with Qin Chongyang. He was only waiting for an appropriate time to escape without a trace. Although he was only a fine line away from the Supreme Tao stage, it was this fine line that left him without any power to fight. At this moment, suddenly, Qin Chongyang frowned. He pinched his fingers and seemed to have remembered something. He turned to send his spiritual perception to Qin Wushuang. We must go. Let's go. If we don't wash the heavenly Luo Daoist sect with blood, how could we let them down? Bao Bao could not understand. Qin Chongyang gave a long sigh. Perhaps the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is not destined to die. Wushuang, I will leave the grudges of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to you in the future. Now, we must go. Great Chief, is there an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao coming? Yes, the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect each sent an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao. They are already on their way. Let's go. After he had finished speaking, he did not allow Qin Wushuang to speak and directly used the spiritual light to sweep them into the spiritual light. He left without looking back. Luo Tongtian was dumbstruck. He had never expected this result. Initially, he thought that today, a disaster would be unavoidable. Unexpectedly, this Qin Chongyang had left without killing a single person. Suddenly, the heavenly punishing hawk dashed down from a high place and said with great joy, Okay, 2 elite warriors of the Supreme Tao have arrived. Without the feathers, the appearance of the heavenly punishing hawk appeared comical. As soon as he had finished speaking, 2 spiritual lights dropped from the sky and landed on the ruins of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Indeed, it was Yang Guinan and Lei Yiming, the 2 elite warriors of the Supreme Tao stage. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 568. As soon as Yang Guinan dropped down, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw the embarrassed state of the heavenly punishing hawk. He immediately asked, Divine Hawk, what's going on? The heavenly punishing hawk said with a belly full of grievances, Second suzerain, it's Qin Chongyang, that Qin Chongyang did it. Second suzerain, You must uphold justice for me. Inwardly, Yang Guinan was shocked as he gave a long sigh. Indeed, indeed. The Heavenly Emperor Qin clan is one step ahead of us. Since we have predicted it, they have also predicted it. At this moment, Lei Yiming had also returned after a round of investigation. He said with an extremely regretful tone, Brother Guinan, we are still one step too late. An extremely fresh Supreme Tao presence had just left. Is it that Qin Chongyang? Unfortunately, we let them go again. Yang Guinan looked at the giant hole that had formed a giant hole and said with a frown, Indeed, the person trapped below is a disciple of the Qin clan? The heavenly punishing hawk said, Absolutely. Luo Tongtian felt extremely ashamed as he walked up. I am Luo Tongtian, it's an honor to meet you two Supreme Tao elite warriors. Lei Yiming gave a heavy sigh. Within this sigh, there was a form of disappointment and regret. Yang Guinan also said with a bitter smile, Head Dao Luo, this time, your heavenly Luo Daoist sect is truly going to become the laughingstock of the Shen Yuan Mound. How could a kid from the human countries be tortured to this extent by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect? After experiencing great joy and great sorrow, Luo Tongtian had yet to calm down. With a belly full of grievances, he said helplessly, You too, I can only say that everything is the work of ghosts and gods. If it were anyone else, they would not have expected that a kid from the human countries could turn the heavenly Luo Daoist sect into this state. Until now, I cannot accept all of this. Yang Guinan gave a long sigh. Head Dao Luo, since this matter has developed to this extent, it is no longer the responsibility of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect alone. Brother Lei Yiming and I have also discussed this. With such devilish talent, Qin Wushuang will become a great calamity one day. On this issue, we should stand on the same side. Inwardly, Luo Tongtian held a great amount of resentment. What was the use of speaking these cynical remarks? What were they doing earlier? If they had sent out a Supreme Tao powerhouse earlier, how could this Qin Wushuang escape? However, he could only criticize inwardly. On the surface, he said with a bitter smile, Currently, my heavenly Luo Daoist sect is in such dire straits that we are like homeless wandering souls. How could we enter your eyes? Yang Guinan comforted him. Head Dao Luo, there is the so-called saying of how the fox grieves for the rabbit's death. Your heavenly Luo Daoist sect has suffered an extremely miserable fate. However, from the perspective of us bystanders, we also feel sorrowful. Who can guarantee that what happened to your heavenly Luo Daoist sect today will not be the tomorrow of my heavenly punishing villa and the Sound of Thunder sect? These words made Luo Tongtian feel better and more comfortable. Yes, Dao Sovereign Luo, don't be too depressed. Throughout the history of the Tianxian land, the rise of each genius was accompanied by many earth-shattering moves and countless stepping stones. Your heavenly Luo Daoist sect is only unfortunate to have encountered a genius. You have become a stepping stone for this genius to rise. This kind of rare occurrence can only be said to be predestined. It's not your fault. Even someone as straightforward as Lei Yiming had used such caring words to comfort Luo Tongtian. While Luo Tongtian was moved, he could not help but feel somewhat astonished. How come these two Supreme Tao elite warriors who usually stood high above the masses were acting out of their usual self and speaking with such a humble attitude and amiable countenance? Senior Lei Yiming is right. In the history, there are such geniuses. Countless existences more illustrious than your heavenly Luo Daoist sect had also become the sacrifice of these geniuses. Although your heavenly Luo Daoist sect has suffered a major blow, in the end, you have protected many elite warriors. As long as you conceal your strength, bide your time, and develop with all your strength, there is a possibility for you to rise again, or even walk towards glory. When Luo Tongtian saw them acting like this, he could not help but feel somewhat anxious and fearful. He said with a bitter smile, You too, I am very grateful that you have come to help. If you had not come, that Qin Chongyang would have started a massacre. Your words of consolation have warmed my heart. Head Dao Luo, don't think too much. Regardless, we know that you are the number one figure. Now, we only want to ask you one thing. Do you have the confidence to make a dash for the Supreme Tao stage? If you have the confidence to make a dash for the Supreme Tao stage, Our two major sects can provide protection for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect for the time being. We will guarantee that you will not be invaded. We will put an end to any future worries. Luo Tongtian looked at these two with astonishment. While he was overwhelmed by the favor, he could not refrain from feeling somewhat worried. Their change of attitude from arrogance to deference made Luo Tongtian feel somewhat suspicious. Head Dao Luo, for sure you have many questions. It doesn't matter, just speak your mind. Luo Tongtian had always been used to speaking with a forceful tone. Regardless of his colleagues from the other sects of the Xian Yuan Mound, or at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he was always the forceful one. Now, it was rare for him to interact with elite warriors of the Supreme Dao, and two of them had appeared at once. This more or less made him feel excessive pressure. He always felt that the other party had lowered their attitude to scheme against him. Of course, this worry was not completely without reason. Since the other party had allowed him to speak, he gritted his teeth and said, "You too, initially when my second was at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he had begged you to come and help him. However, the door was closed. Now, since you two are taking the initiative, I do have some doubts in my mind." Yang Guinan and Lei Yiming looked at each other with a bitter smile and said, "Head Dao Luo, this is one of our goals for coming here. It is also to apologize to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Initially, we did not come because we did not dare to let down our guard against the heavenly Emperor Qin clan. It was not because we did not want to help the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Now, since the heavenly Emperor Qin clan has stepped in, and that Qin Wushuang has been proven to be a disciple of the Qin clan. In that case, our originally unclear alliance will become clear all of a sudden. Dealing with the Qin clan together is the bond to maintain this alliance. Head Dao Luo, we are only doing this to find an ally that is determined to deal with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan." Deal with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan? Luo Tongtian looked at the messy environment around him helplessly and gave a long sigh. You also saw it. Currently, what qualifications does my heavenly Luo Daoist sect have to deal with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan with poison? Yang Guinan laughed happily, for everything was within his calculations. This Luo Tongtian had always been domineering. Indeed, after experiencing all these twists and turns, he had become much softer. His state of mind was also at its lowest point. This moment was the most suitable time to take advantage of the situation. Immediately, he said with a smile, "Head Dao Luo, we have all seen your talent and strength. If it weren't for this reason, we would not have invited you to join us. We think that you have the most hope to enter the Supreme Dao stage. There are many elite warriors at the peak of the common mysterious stage. However, whether one has the potential to enter the Supreme Dao stage, it depends on the person. We feel that you have the most hope to make a dash for the Supreme Dao stage. If you feel that you are not qualified to deal with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan, then when you enter the Supreme Dao stage, you will be fully qualified." Supreme Dao stage. A trace of fervent light flashed across Luo Tongtian's eyes. When spoken by a true Supreme Dao elite warrior, this term that he had yearned for day and night appeared exceptionally heavy. "Yes, the Supreme Dao stage." Yang Guinan said with certainty, "Head Dao Luo, if you want to gain our support, then show us your courage and prove yourself. Prove that you are qualified to be mentioned on equal terms with us. If you can prove everything, how difficult would it be for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to rise again? Even without the foundation of the heavenly Sun Mountain, could it be that there are no better places to go?" Unintentionally, he had thrown out another pie in the sky. Even an idiot could understand the meaning of these words. Wasn't he hinting at the position of the heavenly Emperor Eight Gates? Currently, with the foundation of the heavenly Sun Mountain destroyed, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect needed an ideal home. Without a doubt, the position of the heavenly Emperor Eight Gates was the biggest pie in the sky. At this moment, it would be the best way to satisfy their hunger. The fervent light in Luo Tongtian's eyes became even more intense. Inwardly, he was also fighting a violent struggle. He also knew that these two powerhouses had their own intentions when they threw out such alluring conditions. However, under such alluring conditions, it was difficult for him to refuse. Wasn't it just forming an alliance to deal with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan? When it came to hatred, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect also had countless reasons engraved in their bones. Regardless of how one looked at it, dealing with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan was an inevitable choice for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Even if Luo Tongtian were to shrink back at this moment and not become enemies with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan, how could that Qin Wushuang let it go? Since the relationship between the two parties had reached this step, it would still be a deadlock. If Luo Tongtian still had a trace of hesitation, then the following words from Yang Guinan had completely caused his blood to boil, as he no longer had a trace of hesitation. Head Dao Luo, we can only promise you two things. First, when you are making a dash for the Supreme Dao stage, we can provide protection for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and guarantee that no one will attack the sect. Second, when you have successfully entered the Supreme Dao stage, the three powerhouses will form an alliance to deal with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan together. Regardless of the method, if the heavenly Emperor Qin clan is removed from the heavenly Emperor Mountain, we will support the heavenly Luo Daoist sect with all our strength. Lei Yiming also nodded. Please believe in our sincerity. To us, the more people we have at the heavenly Emperor 8 gates, it means our position will be more consolidated. We would definitely be happy to see our allies enter the heavenly Emperor 8 gates, and we would not be willing for other first-rate powerhouses to enter. These were honest words, and Luo Tongtian could naturally analyze it. With such enticing conditions, it would be difficult for Luo Tongtian to refuse. Instantly, his heroic spirit emerged as he said seriously, "You too, it's rare for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to receive your support when we are at our lowest point. I, Luo Tongtian, promise you." Great, this is a true hero, a good man that can make a decision at the most crucial moment. The three parties clapped their hands to make an oath and were overjoyed. Qin Wushuang and his group quickly left the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and flew back towards the aspiring throne mountain. Bao Bao said curiously, "Great Chief, how did you know the other party had sent elite warriors of the Supreme Dao, and two of them?" Qin Chongyang said with a smile, "This is the unique tacit understanding and perception of elite warriors of the Supreme Dao. Of course, it's also because I know them better than they know me. It's also because I have always been on guard, and they did not. Great Chief, this way, you already guessed those two houses would send elite warriors of the Supreme Dao. The Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect have many capable people. They can also think of what we can think of. Only, we have seized the opportunity." Bao Bao gave a long sigh. "Great Chief, for someone as smart as you, they will not be able to outsmart you." Qin Chongyang smiled bitterly again. Sometimes, this little monkey's words and actions would give one a headache. He turned to look at Qin Wushuang and asked with a smile full of fondness, "Young man, it's been a long time since a disciple of the Qin clan with both wisdom and courage like you. I must say, the surprise you have brought to the Qin clan has surpassed the young people of this generation of the heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Wushuang, Wushuang, Wushuang is unparalleled in the entire clan." Naturally, Qin Wushuang was overjoyed to receive such compliments from an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao. However, he was not blindly optimistic as he said with extreme caution, "Third Chief, as I have just arrived, I have no intention to compete with the Qin clan. The things I have done are only coincidences due to fate. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 569. When Qin Chongyang saw that this young man was neither arrogant nor hot-tempered, he was delighted. When the sky had turned dark, a group of people arrived at the foot of the aspiring throne mountain. This was the first time Qin Wushuang had come to the heavenly Emperor Mountain, the first time he had come to the Qin headquarters. Deep inside his heart, a form of indescribable feeling had become complicated as different sceneries entered his eyes. It seemed that this was the return of fate, a predestined karma. Qin Wushuang felt that this aspiring throne mountain, the headquarters of the heavenly Emperor Qin clan, everything seemed to have appeared in his dreams. In his head, it seemed that the heavenly Emperor Qin clan should have appeared like this. "Boss, I really like this place," Bao Bao said with smiles of exultation. The heavenly Emperor Mountain was the holy place of the Shen Yuan Mound. Anyone who came here would have the mentality of admiring a lofty mountain. It was because when facing the heavenly Emperor mountain, regardless of the strength of the martial artists, they could not avoid feeling ashamed of their own inferiority. They would feel that their individual power was insignificant before this holy place. Thus, they would feel deep veneration from the bottom of their heart. "Boss, what's wrong?" When he saw Qin Wushuang's somewhat strange expression, Bao Bao could not help but ask. Qin Wushuang regained his senses and laughed. "Third Chief, why do I feel that this heavenly Emperor mountain seemed to have appeared in my consciousness? Any landscape that I see seems to be the way it should be." Qin Chongyang said with a smile, "This can only prove one thing." "What?" Qin Wushuang blinked his eyes. "It proves that you have the pure bloodline of the Qin clan, and it is extremely pure. By the way, Wushuang, is your ancestor truly Qin Yu?" Qin Wushuang took out Qin Yu's jade plate. "Third Chief, this is my ancestor Qin Yu's jade plate." Qin Chongyang took it and looked at that jade plate. His expression was somewhat disappointed and frustrated. The jade plate was the same as before and did not even have the slightest trace of time. However, unconsciously, a few hundred years had passed quietly. The difference was that in these few hundred years, Qin Chongyang had witnessed the death of countless people of the same generation and even the younger generation. However, he had stood out and achieved the supreme Tao stage. "Third Master, do you know my ancestor Qin Yu?" Within Qin Chongyang's frustrated expression, he squeezed out a smile. "When Qin Yu left, I was still an ordinary elder. As for Qin Yu, he was a core disciple. In terms of age, I'm 300 to 400 years older than your ancestor." "Ah!" Qin Wushuang also felt a little surprised. If that's the case, wouldn't the third sect leader be around 1,000 years old? Chen Sui. Haha, Chen Sui can only be considered a rising star in the divine Tao realm. Qin Chongyang said with a smile, "In the Tian Shenland, I am afraid the oldest supreme Tao elite warrior is at least a few tens of thousands of years old." "A few tens of thousands of years old?" Bao Bao cried out. "Wouldn't that make him an old monster?" Qin Chongyang laughed out loud and said, "Little monkey, you can't say that out there. In any of the forbidden spiritual zones, there were several tens of thousands of years old supreme Tao warriors. It's just that they rarely show themselves. Then in our heavenly Emperor 8 gates, are there such figures?" Qin Wushuang could not help but ask. The heavenly Emperor 8 gates also have many senior supreme Tao elite warriors. However, most likely there are none that are a few tens of thousands of years old. Usually, only the Totem clan has supreme Tao elite warriors that are a few tens of thousands of years old. For example, the Shen Yuan clan of the Shen Yuan Mound, the Dark Mysterious clan of the Extreme North Snow Zone, the Dragon clan of the Endless Eastern Sea, the Zhu Rong clan of the Heavenly Fire Southern Border, the Divine Farmer clan, and even the Karakoram Immortal clan of the Illusion Heavenly Lake. Certainly there are many supreme Tao elite warriors that are a few tens of thousands of years old. The names mentioned by Qin Chongyang corresponded to the 5 forbidden spiritual zones of the Tian Shen land. In comparison, the Shen Yuan Mound was only one of them. When Qin Wushuang heard the words Dark Mysterious clan of the Extreme North Snow Zone, suddenly, he was moved inwardly. Qin Wushuang had a deep impression of the 2 words Dark Mysterious. Currently, inside his storage ring, there was a command plate that was carved with the 2 words Dark Mysterious. For this command plate, Qin Wushuang had a deep impression of it. It was because when he had just entered the Stargaze Palace, it was the first time he had killed an opponent and acquired something from him. That man in black had specialized in sneak attacking Stargaze disciples at the virtuous Cloud Mountain range of the Stargaze Palace. When Qin Wushuang had just entered the mountain gate and entered the virtuous Cloud Mountain range to train for the first time, he was attracted by the method used by this man in black to control the spiritual beasts and almost got ambushed by him. In the end, Qin Wushuang had used the power of Deep North to suck that man in black dry and won by luck. From then on, he had started his training journey that defied the natural order. Other than the snake-shaped whip, the black-clothed man had left him many other things, including the catalogue of the language of beasts that allowed him to master the language of beasts, a broken map, and this jade tablet with the words Xian Ming carved on it. When Qin Wushuang thought of this matter, he could not help but feel suspicious. Could that jade plate be related to the totem clan of the extreme north snow zone? It seemed outrageous. If that was the case, how could it have fallen into the hands of that man in black? Although that man in black had posed a great threat to Qin Wushuang at that time, looking back now, that man in black had been insignificant. He could only be considered as an ant at the bottom of the martial arts world. When Qin Chongyang saw that Qin Wushuang was deep in thought, he only knew that he was digesting this information. Suddenly, Bao Bao said, "Great Chief, the 5 places you mentioned are the 5 forbidden spiritual zones of the Tian Shen land, right? And those powerhouses you mentioned, are they all totem powerhouses?" "That's right. Totem forces are untouchable in any of the forbidden lands of God." "Then why would the Heavenly Fire southern border have 2 totem powerhouses?" Bao Bao asked. "Ha ha, perhaps the Heavenly Fire southern border is the most complicated place among the 5 forbidden spiritual zones. Perhaps its surface area is far less than the endless Eastern Sea. However, the most special place is that they do have 2 totem powerhouses. One is the fire god Zhu Rong clan, and the other is the divine farmer clan." Qin Wushuang was also pondering over these matters. He felt that in fact, this Tian Shen land shared many similarities with the myths and legends from his former world. At least, the general structure of the world was almost the same as the mythological era in his former world. Perhaps, this Tian Shen land was truly a parallel universe of his former world. It was a branch of history after the fork in history. The difference was that as his former world developed, it became a technological era. And this Tian Shen land had developed into a post-mythological era. Of course, these were only his personal guesses. In fact, it was no longer important. Regardless of how similar it was, this world would never connect with the world from his former world. Qin Wushuang had completely integrated into this world. Now, when he recalled his former world, he felt as if it was a lifetime ago. Currently, in his soul mark, he had already marked the Tian Shen land. Qin Chongyang explained patiently, initially, the Heavenly Fire southern border was the territory occupied by the divine farmer Flame Emperor. With the identity of the Flame Emperor, he had conquered a land in the immemorial era and established the position of the Heavenly Fire southern border. After he had achieved his hegemony, he started to be engrossed in medical skills. From then on, the Flame Emperor had turned into a divine farmer who tried all kinds of herbs. This also caused the descendants of the Heavenly Fire southern border to have different opinions. One insisted on inheriting the fire god clan that used fire as their totem, and the other insisted on using all kinds of herbs as their totem. This is the reason why the Heavenly Fire southern border had 2 totem powerhouses. Bao Bao was intoxicated and fascinated. It seems that the immemorial era must have been lively. Ha ha, I really envy that era. I wonder what kind of situation my ancestor, the ancient spiritual monkey, was in at that time. At any moment, Bao Bao would never forget the fact that he had the bloodline of the ancient spiritual monkey. From time to time, he would mention it to satisfy his little vanity. Qin Chongyang returned Qin Yu's identity jade plate to Qin Wushuang and said, "Wushuang, this is your ancestor's jade plate, keep it as a souvenir. It's also a reminder to yourself to not forget the sacrifice your ancestor made for the Qin clan." When he said here, Qin Chongyang took a deep breath and said to Qin Wushuang, "I will take you guys up the mountain to meet the higher-ups of the sect. Then, I will bury the bodies of Qin Shushuan and the others." Of course, Qin Wushuang would not object. He only made a small request. "Third Chief, I want to know where my ancestor Qin Yu lived in the past." "Ha ha, this is easy. Qin Yu. If I remember correctly, he should have brothers of the same bloodline. However, their talent is far less than Qin Yu's. Ancestor Qin Yu still has brothers in the world." Qin Wushuang was rather surprised. Yes, in the martial arts world, without encountering any accidents, it's possible to live a few hundred years. In the middle of their conversation, Qin Chongyang already took them to fly up the aspiring throne mountain. After passing through layers of cliffs, they arrived at the entrance of the upright morality hall. On the path, many higher-ups were already waiting there. When they saw Qin Chongyang, they all greeted him with a smile. "Third Chief, congratulations on your triumphant return." "Ha ha ha. This young man should be Qin Wushuang, whose name has shaken the entire Xianyuan mound, right? Wushuang, Wushuang, as soon as he took out this name, he was prepared to shake the world. I didn't expect him to be this young. Good kid, nicely done. Each of these higher-ups of the Qin clan came up and patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder and back. They expressed a form of encouragement and expectation from the seniors. From their eyes, one could clearly see a form of ardent hope. Qin Chongyang said with a smile, "Everyone, don't be in a rush to greet each other, let's go in. Guanxi, you are already familiar with Bao Bao and Lone, you will be in charge of entertaining Wushuang. Don't neglect our young people." Guanxi said with a smile, "Third chief, who would dare to neglect him when you value him so much?" Everyone laughed and the atmosphere was rather easygoing. Initially, Qin Wushuang was still somewhat worried. He was worried that each of the people at the Qin headquarters would be senior elders with a taut face. At this moment, he saw that many of these higher-ups were extremely easygoing. To put it precisely, they were extremely easygoing to their own people. They also revealed a form of care and concern for the young people. This made Qin Wushuang feel at home as soon as he had entered this place. Guanxi took Qin Wushuang and introduced each of these higher-ups to Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang still had this bit of memory. At the Heavenly Emperor Mountain headquarters, the honored warriors were all from the Ji generation. For example, Ji Yang, Ji Song, Ji Bo, etc. The elders were all from the Guan generation. For example, Guanxi, Guanyu, Guanshan, etc. Those that could appear at the Upright Morality Hall were at least at the elder level. For example, those at the Guardian level were not qualified to enter the Upright Morality Hall. The 20 to 30 higher-ups at the scene were only a portion of them. The other portion had important duties at various places of the aspiring Throne Mountain and would not appear at the Upright Morality Hall. While Qin Wushuang paid his respects to these seniors of the Qin clan, he also sensed the unique unity of the Qin clan. Inwardly, his sense of belonging to the Qin clan had increased imperceptibly. Such a clan, such environment, no wonder it was the former Heavenly Emperor Gate. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 570. Aspiring Throne Mountain, Sacrificial Valley. This was the place where all the heroes that had died for the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan were buried. Qin Shushuan and those warriors that had died at the Danxia Prefecture had already been buried. As the name implied, the Sacrificial Valley was to sacrifice one's life for the great cause of the Qin clan. Being buried at the Sacrificial Valley was the best reward for these warriors. Everyone's expression was incredibly solemn. To Qin Wushuang, this was the first time. However, to the others, it was extremely common. Each year, there would be a few such burial ceremonies. Each time, groups of disciples of the Qin clan would be sent away. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang only felt incredibly depressed and a surge of emotions emerged from the bottom of his heart. As he looked at the rows of tombstones at the Sacrificial Valley, he did not know how many elite warriors of the Qin clan had been buried here and their souls had returned to this place. Everyone, let us entrust our last grief to our fallen comrades. Qin Chongyang, who was hosting this burial ceremony, was the first one to bow. Everyone behind him followed suit and bowed. Death is not their end. We should believe that although their corporeal bodies have already fallen, their souls will certainly be like the stars in the vast sky, protecting the aspiring Throne Mountain, protecting the Qin clan. Qin Chongyang's voice was muffled, yet incredibly determined. The bloodline of the Qin clan will not be cut off because of their death. On the contrary, it will become even more powerful because of the departure of these warriors one after another. Perhaps, tomorrow, or at some point in the future, each of us will be like them and be buried at the Sacrificial Valley. However, I, and all of you will face it calmly. Regardless of who it is, as long as you have sacrificed for the great cause of the Qin clan, you will have a tombstone at the Sacrificial Valley. Regardless of who you are, you will be treated equally. In other words, even for elite warriors of the Supreme Tao, if they had sacrificed themselves for the Qin clan, the ceremony they would receive would only be a tombstone at the Sacrificial Valley. However, across the entire Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, everyone regarded it as their pride. Everyone's expression was strangely the same. Amidst the sorrow, there was a calm and determined look. No one showed the slightest trace of shrinking back from their eyes. For the Qin family, he would not fear death for his innate honor, his innate dignity. Wu Shuang. Suddenly, Qin Chongyang raised his head and looked at Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang didn't expect that Qin Chongyang would single him out at this moment. He stood up and said, "Third Chief. Everyone, this Qin Wushuang comes from the human countries and is a few million miles away from the Shen Yuan Mound. He could have just sat back and watched. He could have just stayed out of it. However, he did not. He believed firmly and did not fear death as he came to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. What does this mean? It means that the bloodline of the Qin clan will not become thinner because of branches. The bloodline of the Qin clan was the boundless righteousness in their bones. They were the upright and plain-spoken people that carried out justice on behalf of the heavens. The Qin clan was born for the mandate of the heavens. If the heavens do not destroy the Qin clan, who can destroy the Qin clan? Who can? Qin Chongyang's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. No one can. No one answered. However, their expression and eyes had given a clear answer. No one could. Qin Wushuang's heart rippled. Now, the doubts he had about the Qin headquarters before he came to the Shen Yuan Mound had been swept away. Only by experiencing it personally, one would know why Ancestor Qin Yu had never forgotten the Qin headquarters until his death. This point could be seen from the letters he had left behind. Although Ancestor Qin Yu was in the human countries, in the end, he had yearned for the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan day and night. Such yearning was no longer the result of his personal feelings. It was not the kind of personal emotion that longed to return to his roots. Instead, it was a form of supreme concern for the fate of the Qin clan. This was the great love of the world, the great love that had surpassed the prejudice of the secular world. Wu Shuang, let me ask you, did your ancestor Qin Yu pass down the ancestral teachings of the Qin clan? Qin Chongyang asked lightly. Ancestral teachings of the Qin clan? Qin Wushuang nodded and said in a clear voice, "Yes, there is an ancestral teaching. Those who seek the property of the Qin clan, we will fight back with 5 times the power. Those who seek the position of the Qin clan, we will fight back with 10 times the power. Those who seek to destroy the Qin clan, we will fight back with all our power. We will not hesitate to destroy both jade and common stone." Qin Wushuang's voice was powerful and resonant. It was full of substance. As soon as his voice dropped, everyone nodded. Qin Chongyang also felt greatly gratified. Did you all hear it? Even in the most distant human countries, the branches of the Qin clan will never forget the ancestral teachings of the Qin clan, the bloodline inheritance of the Qin clan. Wu Shuang, being a disciple of the Qin clan, you have a proud destiny, but it could also be a sorrowful destiny. It's because, as a disciple of the Qin clan, most likely you will be entangled with troubles for the foundation of the Qin clan, or even die. However, it's also possible for you to become the pride of the Qin clan, to become the hope that holds up the future of the Qin clan, or even become the hero that turns the tide. Have you thought it through? Will you shrink back, or will you face the difficulties? There was a trace of profound meaning in Qin Chongyang's eyes as he said seriously, "Before countless heroic spirits of the Qin clan, you will give your choice. If you choose to shrink back, for sure the Qin clan will not make things difficult for you. If you choose to face the difficulties, today will be the day when everyone welcomes you to join the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan." Everyone fixed their gaze on Qin Wushuang. They wanted to see what choice this young man from the human countries, this young man that had caused the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to fall into an embarrassing state, would make. Although Qin Wushuang was a steady person, at this moment, he could not suppress the boiling blood in his bones. He said emotionally, "Third Chief, since I am a disciple of the Qin clan, this is the pride of my destiny. I also heard that when the nest is overturned, no eggs remain intact. Therefore, not only me, all the disciples of the Qin branches in the world, from the moment of their birth, in fact, they are closely connected to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Only, I am luckier than many disciples of the branches. I was able to come to the holy place of the Qin clan and see all these Qin clan sages. The living, the dead. I only want to say that since the heavens have arranged this destiny, I can only meet it head-on and fight for my destiny, for the Qin clan. Even if my body is smashed into pieces, to be able to enter the sacrificial valley with many of the Qin ancestors, I would not have lived in vain. His sonorous and powerful answer had convinced everyone at the scene. There was no wave of applause, yet everyone's eyes were filled with appreciation. Indeed, this Qin Wushuang had great accomplishments and lived up to his reputation. Qin Chongyang was also extremely gratified as he said with a solemn tone, "Wushuang, your ancestor Qin, you will surely smile in the underworld for your choice today." Qin Wushuang remembered the letter left behind by his ancestor Qin Yu and the feelings that had been passed down for hundreds of years. The attachment to the heavenly emperor Qin clan, the endless longing for their homeland, the deep concern for the fate of the Qin clan, such selfless love made Qin Wushuang feel as if he had returned to hundreds of years ago when he had formed a soul communication with his ancestor Qin Yu. "Third chief, I have a presumptuous request." "Speak." Qin Chongyang said. "Ever since my ancestor Qin Yu left the Shen Yuan mound from the aspiring throne mountain, from beginning to end, he had been rushing about for the fate of the Qin clan. Even if he did not die in battle for the great cause of the Qin clan, the heavens and earth can bear witness to his loyalty. I would like to make a bold request to let the remains of my ancestor Qin Yu return to the heavenly Emperor Mountain and be buried in the sacrificial valley." In fact, this request was not excessive. Qin Wushuang remembered the profound feelings in his ancestor Qin Yu's letter. He knew that returning his soul to the heavenly Emperor Mountain was ancestor Qin Yu's dying wish. His expectation and trust to the descendants of the Eastward Qin clan was also for the future generations to carry his dying wish back to the heavenly Emperor Qin clan, to the aspiring throne mountain, and to bring honor to their ancestors. Now, since he had already carried his ancestors' dying wish, how could he ignore ancestor Qin Yu's dying wish? Qin Chongyang gave a long sigh. "Wushuang, for this sacrificial valley, throughout history, only the heroic spirits that died for the Qin clan are qualified to be buried here. Even for us Supreme Dao elite warriors, if we did not die for the Qin clan, we are not qualified to enter the sacrificial valley. Because of this reason, the sacrificial valley is the most sacred destination in the hearts of all disciples of the Qin clan. Although your ancestor Qin Yu was loyal and righteous, this sacrificial valley." Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was shaken. Immediately, he knew that most likely his wish would not be fulfilled. "Third chief, is there truly no room to bend the rules?" "Wushuang, the rules of the Qin clan have lasted for thousands and thousands of years. They are not set up for individuals. No one can break the rules. Because of this absolute fairness, it has convinced the disciples of the Qin clan wholeheartedly. It has allowed the signboard of the Qin clan to stand erect even if it is not as glorious as before." Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt rather regretful. Yet, he could understand. In the end, ancestor Qin Yu did not meet the condition to be buried in the sacrificial valley. Since an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao could not get special treatment, then he had nothing to complain about. Only, since he could not fulfill his ancestor's dying wish, Qin Wushuang felt incredibly disappointed. "Wushuang, the conditions are not fixed. There are exceptions to being buried in the sacrificial valley. For example, for those who made great contributions to the Qin clan, even if they did not die in battle directly, it was written clearly on the Book of Contributions that they are qualified to be buried in the sacrificial valley after death. Your ancestor Qin Yu also made a lot of contributions on the Book of Contributions. However, to be qualified to be buried in the sacrificial valley, the higher-ups still need to discuss it together. Qin Yu's contributions had already passed a few hundred years ago. Those who were not the elders of the heavenly Emperor Qin clan had already forgotten about him. They did not even know such a person existed. After all, even at the heavenly Emperor Qin clan, the new generation also changed quickly. Batches of people stepped forward one after another. For a core disciple from a few hundred years ago, it was normal for people to forget him. Not to mention he had left the aspiring throne mountain midway and his whereabouts were unknown. Therefore, to the heavenly Emperor Qin clan, if it were not for the sudden appearance of Qin Wushuang, It would be unavoidable for Qin Yu to be forgotten in the dust of history. When he saw Qin Wushuang's gloomy expression, although Qin Chongyang felt somewhat regretful, he was helpless and unable to help. Even if he was an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao and was recognized by the chief of the Qin clan, he could not show favoritism. At this moment, suddenly an elder walked out. Third chief, initially Qin Yu and I were in the same group of core disciples. He had a few brothers in his line. I remember he had a brother who died in a battle with the Sound of Thunder sect. His remains were buried in this sacrificial valley. As soon as he said these words, instantly Qin Wushuang was emotionally moved. Today's first chapter came a little late. I am not afraid of being laughed at. For this chapter, I spent at least 2 or 3 chapters of my usual time. It's because this chapter is too important for the future. Old Cow also wanted to render the entire environment more heroic and moving. He strived to write content that would capture the reader's hearts. He had invested too much emotion into writing this chapter. Hee. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 571. Oh, what is his name? Qin Chongyang immediately asked. His name is Qin Xiong. This elder had a deep impression of him. It was because at that time, he and Qin Xiong were brothers and had a very good relationship. At that time, among their group, especially their little circle, he was the only one that had survived until now and had become a high-level elder. Now, he had become an elder and was called Guanfeng. However, those old brothers of his were no longer in the world. Thus, when he saw that Qin Wushuang, the descendant of Qin Yu, had somewhat similar facial features to Qin Yu, he was even more joyful as he stood out to speak. Soon, Qin Xiong's tombstone was found. Qin Wushuang walked before Qin Xiong's tombstone respectfully. After he had bowed, he took out ancestor Qin Yu's identity jade plate and put it before the tombstone. He said with a profound tone, "Ancestor Qin Yu, I am useless and cannot bring your remains back to the sacrificial valley. Now, I will place this identity jade plate here and rest here with your brother to watch over the heavenly Emperor Qin clan. One day, I will make enough contributions for the Qin clan to bring back the remains of our ancestors and be buried here." After he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang put down the identity jade plate and stood up. He walked away with determination and retreated to his original position. Qin Wushuang's words did not carry a heroic vow. However, there was a form of determination that came from the bottom of his heart. It made people feel anxious and moved. Qin Chongyang gave a long sigh. Qin Wushuang, this is the essence of the bloodline of the Qin clan. Wushuang, in the future, if you can make great contributions for the Qin clan, it would not be unattainable for your ancestors' remains to be returned to the clan. Qin Wushuang was overwhelmed with emotions and his eyes were also filled with determination. Third chief, I will do my best, regardless of life or death. Elder Guanfeng walked before Qin Xiong's tombstone. Old friend, did you hear that? Your brother Qin Yu has finally produced an outstanding member of the younger generation. Your lineage will not be forgotten by others. I hope that one day, brother Qin Yu will be able to rest with you at the Sacrificial Valley. After leaving Sacrificial Valley, Elder Guan Qi had already arranged a residence for Qin Wushuang. It was located on a hill facing the sun on the south side of the aspiring Throne Mountain. This place was an important part of the aspiring Throne Mountain and was called the Ascending Dragon Courtyard. Its significance was equivalent to the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. However, no matter how one looked at it, this Rising Dragon Courtyard was several steps ahead of the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard. After Elder Guan Qi had settled him down, he said with a smile, "Wushuang, although you have not been granted the title of core disciple, with your contributions and reputation, it will not be a problem. You should wait for a few days patiently. Once the higher-ups pass the resolution, none of this will be a problem." Previously, when Qin Wushuang was at the Stargaze Palace, when he had just stepped onto the path of martial arts, he had always valued these battles for fame. It was a source of motivation for him. Now that he had reached this level, He no longer cared as much about false reputation as he did in the past. What he cared more about was the improvement of his cultivation base. The environment of this ascending dragon courtyard was incredibly serene. Among the hill, there was a serene valley below. It was evergreen all year round and made one feel relaxed and happy. The residence prepared by this ascending dragon courtyard for each core disciple was an individual residence. Although it was not extravagant, it had been constructed with meticulous care and preserved sufficient personal space. Qin Wushuang felt extremely satisfied as he said with a smile, "Elder Guanqi, I am not in a hurry." "Ha ha, Wushuang, even if you are not in a hurry, the third chief is. He truly values you, you should be able to feel it, right?" Even at this aspiring throne mountain, among the core disciples, not many could make him value you this much. When Elder Guanqi said here, he laughed and said with an encouraging tone, "All right, since you are able to turn the heavenly Luo Daoist sect upside down, surely you don't need me to remind you of these things. Work hard. Now, everyone wants to see if you will have a more dazzling performance at the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan as you grow and compete with the most exceptional disciples of the Qin clan." Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive. He realized that when he arrived at the aspiring throne mountain, he had truly entered the higher level of the Tianxian land. The competition he would encounter would be completely different than in the past. However, Qin Wushuang was fearless. After experiencing so much, he had learned when to press forward and when to remain indifferent. He always believed that there was no need for him to compete with anyone. It would be enough as long as he kept moving forward on the right path. "Young man, work hard." Elder Guanqi patted Qin Wushuang affectionately and instructed, "If you have any needs, you can contact me at any time." "Thank you for your trouble, Elder Guanqi." Qin Wushuang sent Guanqi out with courtesy. After Elder Guanqi had left, Qin Wushuang returned to his own residence. He took a walk around the courtyard and enjoyed this feeling. The main reason why this ascending dragon courtyard was named Ascending Dragon Courtyard was because it was located on the ascending dragon slope. Rumor had it that this ascending dragon slope had a divine dragon that soared to the sky. Thus, it was named as the Ascending Dragon Slope. The Qin clan had named it this way with a profound meaning. They hoped that the core disciples of the Qin clan could rise like the rising dragon and lead the heavenly Emperor Qin clan to soar. Qin Wushuang walked around his residence a few times to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. Then, he started to wander around the slope. On this ascending dragon slope, approximately every few miles, there was a residence. About 200 or 300 core disciples lived at the gigantic ascending dragon slope. However, at this moment, not many core disciples lived at this ascending dragon slope. They were either training outside or carrying out missions. In fact, not many stayed at the ascending dragon slope like Qin Wushuang. Ever since Bao Bao and Lone had entered the aspiring throne mountain, they had become much more well-behaved. Before the sacred heavenly Emperor mountain, they would not dare to act too presumptuous. Now, after following Qin Wushuang for a few rounds, Bao Bao could not help but ask, "Boss, are we just staying at this heavenly Emperor mountain?" Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Of course not. Look at this ascending dragon slope, how many core disciples live here? That's good, it's rather interesting to live here for a few days. If I stay here forever, I will be bored to death." Bao Bao said with a chuckle. "Boss, I can see that those higher-ups of the Qin clan are treating you well. I do feel that it's good for you to stay here and develop. Honestly, when you return to the human countries, that place is not suitable for you and will not hold you." Although the words spoken by Lone sounded somewhat cruel, it was the truth. With Qin Wushuang's current stage, it would not make much sense for him to return to the human countries. Only the forbidden spiritual zones would be the most suitable stage for him. Just when Qin Wushuang was about to speak, suddenly, he saw a figure flying over from the opposite side. That figure dropped before the ascending dragon slope and walked towards Qin Wushuang with quick steps. "It's Elder Guanfeng." As Qin Wushuang spoke, he went over to greet him. This Elder Guanfeng had an honest and sincere appearance. At first glance, he appeared to be an honest farmer. "Ha ha, Wushuang, I came uninvited, please forgive me for being presumptuous." Although Guanfeng was a few hundred years old, he had spent almost all of his time training in the mountains. Most likely, he was not as thorough as Qin Wushuang regarding the ways of the secular world. Qin Wushuang laughed. "What are you talking about, elder? Please come inside." Guanfeng nodded. He didn't refuse politely and walked inside. After sitting down, Guanfeng glanced at Qin Wushuang a few times and sighed. "Wushuang, this is the first time I heard that you are Qin Yu's descendant. I am very excited." Your ancestor's brother Qin Xiong, plus me, the three of us used to have the best relationship. Both of them had better talent than me and had always taken care of me. Unfortunately, both of them had passed away early. On the contrary, I, the most useless one, have lived until now. Guanfeng's tone sounded somewhat sad. Qin Wushuang said, "This is the fate of each person." Guanfeng smiled bitterly. "I heard people say that the heavens are jealous of heroic talents. Most likely, your ancestor was a typical example of the heavens being jealous of heroic talents. I really did not expect that after he was injured, his power had decreased greatly and he had gone to the human countries. When his brother Qin Xiong went out to find him, he was ambushed by the Sound of Thunder sect and died in a bitter battle." Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly as if something had plucked at his heartstrings. For some unknown reason, he suddenly thought of his sister Qin Xiu. When he had been reincarnated into this world and opened his eyes for the first time, he had seen his sister's concerned eyes and expression. It had made it unforgettable for Qin Wushuang. That kind of familial affection and concern between the flesh and blood had also allowed Qin Wushuang to integrate into his new identity. "Ha ha, let's not talk about those sad things. Wushuang, I am very happy that you have appeared. In the future, if you encounter any problems at the Aspiring Throne Mountain, you can come to me at any time. If someone is making things difficult for you, you can also come to me." Just because of these words, Qin Wushuang's favorable impression of Guanfeng had increased greatly. Regardless, after a few hundred years, it was enough to show friendship to show such concern to the descendant of an old friend. "Elder Guanfeng, I see that the disciples of the Qin clan all care for each other. They would not make things difficult for me, right?" Guanfeng gave a long sigh. The mainstream of the Qin clan is good, yet in each place, there will always be some narrow-minded people. Don't forget how your ancestor Qin Yu was forced to leave the Aspiring Throne Mountain with cold words. If it weren't for those people's slanderous words, how could he have left? When Guanfeng mentioned the old matters, he still took it to heart. He said angrily, "They did not even think about how much contribution your ancestor Qin Yu had made. Even if his strength had regressed, his previous contributions should not have been erased." Qin Wushuang also knew that in any sect, especially major sects, there would always be some discord and conflict between the young people. As long as it was within a benign boundary, it would not matter. Besides, with Qin Wushuang's understanding of ancestor Qin Yu, rather than saying that he was forced to leave, it would be better to say that he left on his own initiative. It was because ancestor Qin Yu had a clear goal. He wanted to explore that legendary formation of the human countries, the Seven Deadly Arrays formation owned by Qin Wushuang. Therefore, Qin Wushuang did not want to get entangled with those old grudges from a few hundred years ago. Instead, he asked, "Elder Guanfeng, I wonder if the place where my ancestor Qin Yu lived still exists." Guanfeng said with astonishment, "In the past, didn't Qin Yu live at this Ascending Dragon courtyard? Until he left, he was still a core disciple. Are you talking about the place where he lived before he became famous?" Qin Wushuang nodded with a smile. To be continued. If you want to know what happened later, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 572. Qin Wushuang only wanted to understand how ancestor Qin Yu had made his fortune. He also wanted to understand these matters for his father Qin Lianshan. It was because his father Qin Lianshan had a form of persistent yearning for the past of the heavenly emperor Qin clan and ancestor Qin Yu. In fact, Qin Wushuang could understand. To the eastward Qin clan that had a small population, in his father Qin Lianshan's heart, He had always hoped for a flourishing population and a flourishing situation where people could be found everywhere. Guanfeng said with a bitter smile, "To speak the truth, your ancestor Qin Yu and I only got to know each other after we became famous. When we met, we were already at the aspiring throne mountain. We did not know each other's background in the secular world. However, I remember that their hometown was at the Plainfield town. The entire territory of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain spanned a few 100,000 miles and was the size of a few prefectures. In fact, the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates also controlled a considerable amount of territory. At the very least, it spanned a few tens of thousands of miles. The territory controlled by the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan spanned close to 100,000 miles. Within this 100,000 miles, almost all the branches and leaves of the Qin clan were scattered. They kept providing talent for the headquarters of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. For those who could truly enter the aspiring throne mountain and become a member of the Qin headquarters, the probability was more than 1 in 100,000. Across the entire aspiring throne mountain, there were only a few tens of thousands of disciples of the Qin clan. The entire territory controlled by the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was equivalent to a prefecture outside. The population was counted in the tens of billions. Among such a large population, it was not easy to stand out. Of course, not all of the people living in this 100,000 miles territory were disciples of the Qin clan. Most of them had foreign surnames and used the Qin clan as the core. Disciples with foreign surnames were also qualified to enter the headquarters of the Qin clan. However, the probability was even smaller. Among the tens of thousands of disciples of the Qin clan, besides a portion of exceptional disciples with foreign surnames, most of them were still disciples of the Qin clan. The Tian Xian land emphasized bloodline and the concept of clans. This was fully reflected by the Qin clan. From the giant map of the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang found the direction of the Plainfield town. He said to Guanfeng, "Elder Guanfeng, I want to take a look there." Guanfeng said with a bitter smile, "Then you must talk to the third chief. Since you just went up the mountain, it's best not to move too much." Although they were in the territory of the Qin clan, their safety was guaranteed. However, the aspiring throne mountain is the safest place. Broadly speaking, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan included that 100,000 miles of territory. The headquarters of the aspiring throne mountain Qin clan was only the core area of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "I'll go talk to the third sect leader." Guanfeng sighed, "Young people like you who don't forget their roots are really hard to come by. Wushuang, I will not stop you. You must remember, on the aspiring throne mountain, if anyone makes things difficult for you, you must tell me. There are some things that are inconvenient for you to do, but an old man like me is not afraid of anything." Qin Wushuang thanked him. "Disciple thanks Elder Guanfeng for his care and concern. If there is anything, I will definitely tell Elder." Then I'm relieved. Hee. I'm going back to the Upright Morality Hall, why don't we go together?" Qin Wushuang nodded and departed with Bao Bao and Lone. Now, he also felt somewhat strange. Why did Elder Guanfeng repeatedly emphasize the matter of someone making things difficult for them? Could it be that inside the Qin clan, they were not as united as they had imagined? Or were there other reasons? As he had just arrived, it was inconvenient for him to ask about many things clearly. He could only secretly tell himself to pay more attention, and observe in secret. For many things, one could only know if it was hot or cold by experiencing it himself. When Qin Chongyang heard Qin Wushuang say that he wanted to return to Qin Yu's ancestral home to take a look, he did not object. He looked at the map and saw that the Plainfield town was not far from the aspiring throne mountain. It was less than 20,000 miles away. It was still within the range of the aspiring throne mountain. "Wushuang, since you just arrived, it's good for you to go out and relax. However, I promised the second sect leader that after you have arrived, I will take you to see him. How about it? Being a junior, I should pay my respects to all the sect leaders." Qin Chongyang laughed. "The head chief appears and disappears unpredictably, for now you will not be able to see him. However, the second sect leader is possible. Let's go, I have nothing to do now, let's go." When Qin Wushuang saw the second chief, Qin Yunran, he had completely realized why the second chief was jokingly called Madman Ran. The personality of this second chief was as different as heaven and earth compared to the wise and refined third chief Qin Chongyang. He was forthright and magnanimous. He was more like a wandering hero of the Jianghu and appeared to be somewhat frivolous. However, when he talked about serious matters, the wisdom that flashed from his eyes made Qin Wushuang realize that the second chief, Qin Yunran, was a supreme figure that was both crude and meticulous. When Qin Yunran saw Qin Wushuang, he did not have the slightest arrogance of a chief. He also received him with the fire vermilion fruit wine and laughed. Third, what did I say? The heavenly emperor Qin clan did not disappoint the heavenly law, and the heavenly law will not disappoint the heavenly emperor Qin clan. This Qin Wushuang is bestowed by the heavenly law. In the future of the Qin clan, countless geniuses will always emerge to take the Qin clan forward. Therefore, the outside world has always said that the heavenly emperor Qin clan is in danger. Such pessimistic words have been sung for thousands of years, right? Aren't we still doing well? Qin Yunran's tone appeared incredibly optimistic. The truth was the same. Although for thousands of years, the Qin clan kept getting squeezed and their days became more difficult, among the three chiefs, Qin Yunran was the optimist. He always thought that the heavenly emperor Qin clan had not reached the time of extinction. They were only at a low point. Regardless of the world, there would always be a rise and fall. The tree would never be green, and the moon would never be round. The most crucial part was how to walk out of this low point. That would be the most important. After drinking a cup of fire vermilion fruit wine, Qin Wushuang only felt a ball of burning sensation in his lower abdomen. It was an incredibly stimulating feeling. Qin Yunran asked with a joyful chuckle, "How is it? Does this wine taste good?" "It's very strong. I only feel that my lower abdomen is burning." Qin Wushuang answered honestly, "Yes, I only poured half a cup for you. However, it's beyond my expectation that you only feel a burning sensation." "Ha ha." Third, Wushuang has a good physique. Qin Yunran was beaming with joy and carried a form of madness. Qin Wushuang was surprised. Could it be that drinking this wine was also a kind of test from the second chief? Qin Chongyang immediately reminded him, "Wushuang, hurry and use your power to digest this wine. Second sect leader is giving you a reward. For this fire vermilion fruit wine, even those elders would find it difficult to drink it." Qin Yunran laughed out loud. "Third brother, aren't you saying that I'm a little petty? It's not that I am not giving it to them, but whether they can handle it or not." This fire vermilion fruit wine was not an ordinary wine. Qin Yunran had collected different spiritual fruits of the pure fire attribute. After refining it, it was an incredibly rare thing. It was extremely masculine and could stimulate the potential of one's dantian. If someone was at the right time and was about to break through, this fire vermilion fruit wine could stimulate the breakthrough. It would be extremely effective. Qin Yunran rarely used this wine to entertain the elders. Firstly, the elders had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and it was difficult for them to make a breakthrough. Secondly, if the fiery scarlet fruit wine could not be digested by making a breakthrough, it would stay in the body and cause side effects. Qin Yunran had dared to give it to Qin Wushuang because he had seen through Qin Wushuang's strength with one glance. He was already on the verge of breaking through to the transformation void martial stage. He only needed a chance to enter the profound void martial stage. Thus, he had given Qin Wushuang this opportunity. At this moment, how could Qin Wushuang know about the promotion and care from a senior elite warrior? Hearing Qin Chongyang's reminder, he realized. He adjusted his breathing for a moment and guided the power of the wine to digest. Immediately, his entire body felt a form of calmness and comfort. Inside his dantian, vividly, there was a form of restless desire to break through. It seemed that the 1 month of hard work at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had not been in vain. However, Qin Chongyang had clearly seen through the severity of the situation as he said with a smile, "Wushuang, I see that you have a good physique. However, the spiritual qi inside your dantian seems to be moving too hastily. This is the side effect of training in that place with abundant spiritual qi. Although the training effect is good, You must not be in a rush for success. Let these spiritual qi merge and stabilize it before you seek a breakthrough. Qin Yunran also nodded. Third is right. It's not impossible for you to break through now. However, there will be some negative effects. Perhaps, it will affect your future training progress. You've done years' worth of homework in a single month. It's fast, but you should not pursue it excessively. There must be a limit. Slow down a bit. With your age, there's no need to rush. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang enjoyed the teachings of these two elders. For your information, the people sitting before him were not ordinary figures. They were the legendary Supreme Tao elite warriors. They were top-notch existences that he could not even imagine in his dreams. Most likely, one lesson from them would benefit him for the rest of his life. Qin Chongyang said again, "It's somewhat strange. Wushuang, you must have had other fortuitous opportunities in the human countries, right? I see that your physique is superior to those young people who were born in the Shen Yuan Mound. Besides, even across the entire Shen Yuan Mound, those who have trained to your stage at the age of 20 are extremely rare." Ha. Third, this is your prejudice. For a true genius, it's not important where they were born. I feel that if he was not born in the Shen Yuan Mound, but in a relatively simple human country, if he had enough opportunities, it would be more beneficial for his growth. It's because on his path of growth, he would not have too much pressure or too much competition. Most importantly, without the protection of a powerful family, he would need to assume responsibility from a young age. It would be extremely beneficial for him to sharpen his willpower. Don't look at Qin Yunran's cheerful and straightforward appearance. In fact, his observation skills were no less than Qin Chongyang's. From Qin Wushuang, Qin Yunran even saw that kind of wisdom that many exceptional disciples of the Shen Yuan Mound lacked. That kind of thoughtfulness and experience in interpersonal relationships. Although these little details appeared subtle, in many cases, one could see many things about a young man. For example, potential, wisdom, and temperament. Sometimes, for the growth of a young man, talent alone was not enough. This point had been fully demonstrated from Luo Ting's body. For a disciple that had been locked inside the sect to train, regardless of how exceptional he was only a caged bird. In the end, he was different than those wild eagles that hunted for food outside. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 573. Qin Wushuang was sandwiched between the two great chiefs and listened to their eloquent conversation. Although he did not speak much, he would occasionally speak a few words that would make the two chiefs nod in agreement. It was apparent that this Qin Wushuang was indeed a moldable talent. Regardless of how one looked at him, it was difficult to find any flaws. The rarest thing was that as someone who had come from the human countries, he did not show any trace of stage fright or inferiority complex. Such emotions were present in many selected disciples of the branch. However, it was not present in Qin Wushuang. On the other hand, ever since Qin Wushuang had stepped onto the path of martial arts, he had done many glorious things. Now, when he was received by the two Supreme Tao elite warriors, he did not show any ecstasy of exultation. Instead, he appeared calm and collected. This kind of indifferent attitude was the most admirable thing about this young man. Even if it were any other core disciple, most likely they would tremble with fear and be restless at such occasions. Clearly, Qin Yunran was extremely interested in Qin Wushuang's journey to martial arts. Especially the part about saving the 100-leaf Qin clan, ambushing a large group of passing freelance martial artists at the dispersed Praying Mountain, and dealing with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Qin Yunran loved it and listened with great interest. Qin Wushuang's narration was like a babbling little river that was neither too fast nor too slow. However, Bao Bao on the side would add a few words from time to time. Yet, it was like a perilous wave that represented two completely different styles. Qin Yunran listened as if intoxicated. He roared with laughter. It's truly marvelous. Third, as a disciple of the heavenly Emperor Eight Gates, if you did not rely on your ancestors, or the support behind your back, I am afraid no one could take care of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, right? Even the son of the heavenly emperor could not do it. Qin Wushuang immediately said, "Two chiefs, I did not rely on my own power to deal a heavy blow to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Those fortuitous opportunities, and senior Lu Xianluo's treasure house had played a great role." Qin Yunran laughed. "It's nice for a young man to not be arrogant or impetuous. Wushuang, have you ever thought about why all those fortuitous opportunities always fall on your head? This is your own fortune. Graceful spiritual bow, haha, Wushuang, do you know the story of the graceful spiritual bow?" Qin Wushuang was shocked inwardly. He had held on to the graceful spiritual bow for many years, but he really didn't know the origin of this graceful spiritual bow and the story behind it. Bao Bao immediately asked, "Great Chief, is there an allusion to this graceful spiritual bow?" Qin Yunran chuckled and said, "Of course there is." Initially, this graceful spiritual bow was not a divine weapon from the Shen Yuan Mound, but from the distant illusion Heavenly Lake. However, the person who possessed this graceful spiritual bow had failed to challenge the Shen Yuan clan and died before he could return to the illusion Heavenly Lake. Since then, the graceful spiritual bow had been lost. Who would have thought that it would appear in the human countries? So there is such an old story. Qin Wushuang sighed. "I really didn't expect that when I was only at the initial stage of the spiritual martial force, I got to know a big brother and he gave me this. It was a divine weapon. This was truly unexpected. I just don't know where my sworn brother is now." Qin Yunran laughed. "Unfortunately, you only have the graceful spiritual bow and don't have the corresponding shooting sun arrows. If you could get the original 9 shooting sun arrows, the power of the graceful spiritual bow would increase by at least 3 times. Even with your current strength, you would have the confidence to shoot Luo Tongtian to death if you were to face him directly. It's this powerful." Qin Wushuang was dumbstruck. Through his experiments with the graceful spiritual bow, at most, it could only kill people 2 levels above it. Currently, he was at the transformation void martial stage. To be able to shoot someone at the perfect void martial stage to death, he already needed to unleash his power. And Luo Tongtian was at the peak of the common mysterious stage. He was a supreme figure that was about to enter the supreme Dao stage. It's this powerful. Qin Yunran was extremely certain, even for supreme Dao elite warriors, under the cooperation of the graceful spiritual bow and the shooting sun arrows, sometimes they would have to retreat. Qin Wushuang looked at this graceful spiritual bow with disbelief. He was rather astonished. However, the jade green arrow was already so powerful, so it was inevitable that the original shooting sun arrows would be much more powerful. Don't feel surprised. Think about it, his master came to challenge the Shen Yuan clan with the graceful spiritual bow. The Shen Yuan clan is the totem of the Shen Yuan Mound, the peak existence in the Tian Shen land. Qin Yunran's words made Qin Wushuang realize something. That's right, since he was challenging an elite warrior of the Shen Yuan clan, how could he be weak? When he thought here, he finally believed it. Qin Yunran said again, "However, these 9 shooting sun arrows should have been taken away by the Shen Yuan clan. Whether or not they can see the light of day again, it will depend on their luck. In fact, that Lu Xianlu was also a wonderful person. Unfortunately, in the end, he was killed by Luo Tongtian. He was able to make something like the Supreme Dao 5 Elemental Talisman. Although there is still a huge gap between it and the true Supreme Dao power, in the end, he stimulated the Supreme Dao power of the graceful spiritual bow. It's rare." Qin Chongyang took over the topic and gave a long sigh. Now, Luo Tongtian must be regretting why he did not kill Lu Xianlu and kept him alive. This is his personality flaw. He did not kill Lu Xianlu because he wanted to torture him. Unexpectedly, in the end, he lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. For someone like Luo Tongtian, even if he had entered the Supreme Dao, he was destined to not achieve great things. Qin Yunran snorted disdainfully. Clearly, he had a bad impression of Luo Tongtian. Qin Chongyang said with a smile, "Speaking of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, should we kill that Luo Henji or not? Since he has become a prisoner, there is not much difference whether we kill him or not. Let's keep him. I have a feeling that we still have a long way to go to deal with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Qin Yunran gave a long sigh. That sound of thunder sect and the heavenly punishing villa have already sent supreme Dao elite warriors to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. I am afraid the day of Luo Tongtian being bewitched by them will not be far away. In the midst of their conversation, suddenly, Qin Chongyang stood up and said to Qin Yunran, "Second, I must return to the upright morality hall. I have news that some waves have occurred at the Heavenly Emperor Gate."
Oh.
The Heavenly Emperor has issued a summon and asked the other 7 sects to send their leaders to the Heavenly Emperor Palace to discuss important matters. The Heavenly Emperor Gate rarely sends out a summon every 10 years. I am afraid there is some movement. Qin Yunran did not appear to be enthusiastic as he waved his hand. "Just go, I do not have a good impression of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. If I go, it would be useless to argue with them." When Qin Chongyang left, Qin Wushuang would not stay any longer. Following Qin Chongyang's departure, he identified the path and headed towards the Plainfield town. The Plainfield town was an extremely ordinary small town under the rule of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. For such small towns, across the entire territory of the Qin clan, there were at least 80,000 if not 100,000. As usual, the morning of the Plainfield town was so peaceful, so calm. On an open and spacious land, a group of young people sat cross-legged. There were a few dozen of these young people surrounding an elderly man. They were pricking up their ears to listen to the words of that elderly man. Regarding our Plainfield town, some powerful figures have also emerged. Unfortunately, they did not have a good fate. Master Liu Jin, are you talking about Qin Xiong and Qin Yu, those 2 brothers? That era is too long ago. Could it be that for a few hundred years, no heroic figures have emerged from our Plainfield town? That elderly man stroked his goatee and revealed a somewhat frustrated expression as if he was reminiscing about the history. He said with a heavy tone, "In the recent few hundred years, some young disciples have also sought refuge at the aspiring Throne Mountain. However, almost none of them have made any great achievements. When will our Plainfield town be able to produce a few more major figures? This way, we will not get bullied by others." While they were talking, a robust man ran over from outside this open space. He shouted, "Everyone, go take a look. People of the Red Water Town have come to bully people again. What's wrong? Speak slowly, what's wrong with the people of the Red Water Town?" That robust man said while panting, "Isn't it the matter of fighting for that or mine? They killed 3 or 4 of our Plainfield town's warriors. People of the Red Water Town firmly believe that the ore mine belongs exclusively to them. They do not allow us to mine it. Isn't this too much of a bully? Didn't they already rule that each side gets half? Mother **K, I think the Red Water Town is deliberately bullying people. Aren't they just relying on the fact that they have some backing at the aspiring Throne Mountain? That's right, they are bullying us because we don't have anyone above us. Everyone, let's go take a look. Let's fight with these evil bandits." That Liu Jin old man said angrily, "All of you, stop right there. What do you have to fight with these people? Just based on these people, are you going to throw away your lives?" "Liu Jin old man, even if we throw away our lives, it's still better than being angered to death by them. If this goes on, sooner or later we will be angered to death by them. It's better to fight with them. That's right, if we fight with our lives, even if we die, we can at least drag a few people down with us." That Liu Jin old man stamped his feet and scolded, "Stupid, this kind of thing, if you go, it will only make things worse. We still have to rely on the leaders of the town to negotiate." Negotiate? They have been negotiating for decades, but they still can't come to an agreement. Talking about our Plainfield town, can we still live? If this goes on, the Plainfield town will perish sooner or later. Don't talk nonsense. Liu Jin old man was extremely respectful to the leading family of the Plainfield town. The leading family of this Plainfield town was the Plainfield Qin clan. It was also the family of the 2 brothers Qin Yu and Qin Xiong. Initially, because of the emergence of Qin Yu and Qin Xiong, the Plainfield Qin clan had become the core of this town. Although there were no more exceptional figures like those 2 brothers, their line of the Qin clan was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of the Plainfield town. They were loved and respected. In these years, if it weren't for the Plainfield Qin clan's hard work, that mine would not have been touched by the Plainfield Qin clan. However, as mentioned before, there were people above the Red Water town. For the past few hundred years, ever since Qin Xiong and Qin Yu had died and disappeared, there was no one to carry on their legacy. The current situation truly appeared as if Wang Xiaoer was celebrating the new year. Each year, it was not as good as the previous one. Now, the main force of the Plainfield Qin clan had also gathered together. Although these disciples of the Qin clan did not possess any remarkable strength, their sense of belonging and honor to their family could not be stripped away by any power. Before the powerful Red Water town, they would not compromise. They had all organized themselves and headed towards the direction of that mine. Since the Red Water town was being unreasonable, then they would use unreasonable methods to fight them. The Heavenly Emperor Qin clan would not allow the Red Water town to be lawless. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang only took a little more than half a day to travel 20,000 miles with Bao Bao and Lone at their current speed. When they arrived at the outskirts of the Plainfield town, they dropped to the ground and started to walk. "Boss, a few hundred years have passed. To find a person, I am afraid we must ask around," Bao Bao said. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Then let's ask around, pick the older ones." While they were talking, they saw an old man walking down the slope with a long sigh from the small road ahead. This old man was that old man Liu Jin from before. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 574. Qin Wushuang walked up in a refined and courteous manner. "Senior, nice to meet you." The old man Liu Jin was sighing in despair. He felt that the Plainfield town was getting worse with each generation and was bullied by others. When he saw a stranger greeting him, he glanced at Qin Wushuang dispiritedly. When he saw this young man dressed in ordinary clothing, he answered casually, "Grandpa, I'm asking you a question." When Bao Bao saw the old man Liu Jin did not stop walking, he scuttled before him with a chuckle and blocked his path. The old man Liu Jin was somewhat displeased. Where did this young man come from? "You don't know the rules. Why are you blocking this old man's way?" "Senior, I want to ask you, is this the Plainfield town?" "It's the Plainfield town." The old man Liu Jin answered with a bad mood. "Then have you ever heard that a few hundred years ago, a pair of brothers called Qin Xiong and Qin Yu had appeared in this Plainfield town?" Qin Wushuang asked again. Initially, the old man Liu Jin was dispirited. However, as soon as the two names Qin Xiong and Qin Yu entered his ears, instantly he became spirited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Yes, young man, how did you know? Did you come from the aspiring Throne Mountain? How are you related to the two brothers of the Qin family?" A series of questions were shot out like bullets from a barrel, crackling and popping non-stop. This old man had heard his ancestors talk about the glorious history of Qin Xiong and Qin Yu since a young age. He had lived to 80 or 90 years old and had never done any serious work. His greatest joy and hobby was to publicize the history of these two brothers. In other words, throughout his entire life, he had lived purely in history. At this time, when he finally saw a foreigner asking about these two brothers, of course he was overjoyed at the turn of events. He wanted to hold on to Qin Wushuang and talk to him for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Wushuang was stunned by the sudden change in attitude of this old man. The old man Liu Jin did not notice at all as he said with smiles of exultation, "You have found the right person to ask about these two brothers. For the entire Plainfield town, even their own family would not know more than me. I have studied them for a few dozen years. He's definitely an expert in this area." As if he is afraid that Qin Wushuang will not believe him, the old man Liu Jin simply does not allow Qin Wushuang to open his mouth and says again, "Of the two brothers, Qin Wushuang is a bit older and Qin Yu is a bit younger. Their father had a total of 4 sons and 5 daughters. Today, in the Plainfield town, the remaining 2 brothers' descendants were still the leaders of the Plainfield town." Qin Wushuang hurriedly waved his hand, stopping the old man's enthusiasm. "Sir, if you can tell me where their old residence is, This junior will be very grateful. Old man Liu Jin was in high spirits. His previous dejection was swept away. This is even easier. I can take you there. After getting out of the town, there was a silver moon lake 60 miles to the west. There was a giant villa next to the lake and it was the territory of the Plainfield Qin. These two brothers grew up next to the Silver Moon Lake and became elite figures of the Qin headquarters. 60 li to the west. Are you sure? Qin Wushuang asked. Old man Liu Jin became anxious as he felt that this question was simply an insult to him, an expert. He immediately said, I am not wrong, I know their family too well. I already told you, I am an expert in this area. You. Qin Wushuang revealed a light smile and cupped his hands in a salute. Thank you, sir. After he had finished speaking, in a flash, he disappeared into the sky with Bao Bao and Lone. 60 miles was too close. They had arrived in a few ups and downs. Old man Liu Jin rubbed his eyes and looked around with disbelief. How could this person have disappeared all of a sudden? Strange, strange. Old man Liu Jin whispered. Suddenly, a surge of surprise shot out from his turbid eyes. He mumbled to himself, could it be that the elite figures of the aspiring throne mountain have truly come? Or else, why did they come to inquire about this? This is great. It seems that the Qin headquarters of the aspiring throne mountain did not forget the contributions the Plainfield town had made to the Qin headquarters. The old man Liu Jin was extremely excited. His withered hands tightly clenched into fists. He said to Sky Cloud, Heavens, I beg you to bless our Plainfield town and give birth to a few more geniuses like Qin Xiong and Qin Yu. If it's possible, I am willing to exchange some of my lifespan. Of course, the gods would not hear his prayer. However, Qin Wushuang and his friends heard it. Bao Bao said with a smile, this old man is rather funny. Boss, it seems that we were worried for nothing. Your ancestor is rather famous at the Plainfield town. Qin Wushuang said, it's understandable. For a small town to have a few exceptional figures, even after a few hundred years, it's normal for people to remember them. In between their conversation, they had already arrived at the Silver Moon Lake. Looking down from the sky, this Silver Moon Lake truly appeared like a crescent moon. Like a pearl, it was embedded in the western outskirts of the Plainfield town. Indeed, it was a natural beauty and a good place for outstanding talents. Although the Silver Moon Lake only had a width of less than 100 miles, the surrounding area of the Silver Moon Lake was filled with red flowers and green willows. It was a scene of thriving vitality. A giant manor rose and fell on the bank of the Silver Moon Lake. It made this pearl appear even more embellished. Qin Wushuang and his two friends arrived before this manor. Each time when Qin Wushuang stepped on a stone slab or a patch of grassland, he seemed to be able to hear the footsteps of his ancestors. That familiar rhythm. It's strange, there are too few people in this manor, right? Bao Bao whispered. Qin Wushuang also discovered this problem. Even if the disciples of the clan had gone out to train, at least a portion of them should be guarding the house, right? In fact, he did not sense how many people were inside this manor. For such a situation, it would rarely appear even in the human countries. For such a giant family, how could they not have this little bit of common sense? Were they not afraid that someone would destroy their home? What made them feel funny was that no one came out to stop them when they walked to the entrance of the manor. They were only stopped by the gatekeeper when they walked in. When he asked about their background, Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "We are here to visit the patriarch of the Plainfield Qin clan." The patriarch is not in the clan. Then any elder will do. Qin Wushuang took a step back. None of them are here. That gatekeeper also appeared straightforward. Then there should be someone who can talk, right? Bao Bao asked with a somewhat depressed tone. Those who can talk have all gone to the heavenly stone mine. Whoever stays in the clan will be scolded as a coward. That gatekeeper was rather honest. If you are guests looking for the patriarch, you will need to come back after a while. Now, the clan is not in the mood to take care of other matters. What? Qin Wushuang was somewhat suspicious. We will be scolded as a coward if we stay in the clan? Are you not afraid that your enemies will destroy the entire clan? That gatekeeper said helplessly, what about it? Even if it is destroyed, there is nothing we can do. If the heavenly stone mine is gone, the Plainfield town will also be gone. It's better for the clan to be destroyed than for the entire territory to be swallowed by someone. Territory? Heavenly stone mine? Could it be another conflict of interest? It seemed that there was no pure land in the world. Wherever there were people, there would be martial arts world. Where there were martial arts world, there would be conflicts and conflicts. Where is the heavenly stone mine? Qin Wushuang asked lightly. That gatekeeper pointed to the south. Go straight south, it's about 500 or 600 miles. I have never been there, I only know of such a place. Boss, are we going to the heavenly stone mine again? Bao Bao asked with a bitter smile. Qin Wushuang said, could it be that you are lazy to the point that you are not willing to walk 500 or 600 miles? Then you can stay here. Bao Bao immediately waved his hand. No, I will go, all right? That gatekeeper looked at these three strange people and could not help but ask, you three, just who are you? You don't seem to be from the nearby counties. Bao Bao said proudly, we just came from the aspiring throne mountain. Your patriarch is too much, he did not even greet his honorable guests. That's not a big deal, no one is at home when we arrived. That gatekeeper was astonished. Aspiring throne mountain? Are you the heroes of the Qin headquarters? Heroes? Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, why are we called heroes? Of course we are heroes. Without the people of the aspiring throne mountain Qin headquarters, how could there be a stable situation for the entire Qin clan? The people of the Qin headquarters had used their blood and lives to fight for that stable situation. Bao Bao laughed. You are not confused. Qin Wushuang thought for a moment and suddenly asked, now, who is the person with the highest seniority in the Plainfield Qin clan? How many generations are they from Qin Xiong and Qin Yu? Since a few hundred years had passed, they must talk about it according to seniority. Up to Qin Wushuang's generation, the Eastwood Qin clan had been passed down for a dozen or 20 generations. Then this Plainfield town should have more than a dozen generations. Only, clearly this Qin clan of the Plainfield town was also a martial arts clan. Judging from their disposition, certainly their development would be much stronger than the Eastwood Qin clan. Perhaps, there might be some elders in the clan. That gatekeeper stammered, Qin Xiong and Qin Yu, you guys know these two ancestors? Hey, we are the ones asking you, why are you asking us? That gatekeeper said with a bitter smile, the old ancestors of the Plainfield town do not have any seniority to Qin Xiong and Qin Yu. They are of the same generation. Of the same generation? Qin Wushuang was astonished. That's right. Qin Xiong and Qin Yu's fathers gave birth to 4 sons. They are the oldest and the second. Below them, there are the third and fourth. The third has passed away early on. However, the fourth, who is our current ancestor, is still alive. This news made Qin Wushuang feel somewhat surprised. He had always thought in a fixed way and had forgotten that even if the siblings of the 2 ancestors did not have as much talent as them, it would not be a problem for them to live for a few hundred years even if they had trained to the peak of the spiritual martial force. Not to mention, at the Shen Yuan Mound, the perfect stage was not some unreachable stage. Then this old ancestor is also at the heavenly stone mine? Qin Wushuang asked emotionally. Yes, if the old ancestor is not going, I am afraid the situation will get out of control. Qin Wushuang nodded and said to Bao Bao and Lone, let's go to the heavenly stone mine. The group of 3 set off quickly. To them, the 500 or 600 miles was not a journey. In a moment, they had arrived above the heavenly stone mine. When they looked down, indeed, 2 groups of people had gathered in a valley. They were confronting each other with swords drawn and bows bent. The atmosphere was extremely dangerous, as if blood would flow like a river if there was any disagreement. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 575. Qin Wushuang's group of 3 landed on the hillside behind them and slowly walked towards the bottom of the valley. Now, The attention of both parties were completely focused on the other party's camp. When Qin Wushuang's group of 3 landed, not many people paid attention to them. Qin Wushuang was extremely calm as he walked down the valley and observed the people from both sides. He easily recognized which side belonged to the people of the Plainfield town and which side belonged to the people of the Redwater town. Clearly, the number of people from the Plainfield town was much lesser. In terms of temperament, they had indeed fallen into a disadvantage. However, judging from the situation, clearly the Plainfield town would not yield an inch and did not intend to compromise. With one glance, Qin Wushuang locked onto that elder in yellow robes from the Plainfield town. Although he was old, in fact, he was not that old from his appearance. At least, his hair was mixed with black and white. His face also did not have those unique patterns and wrinkles of the elderly. Only, from the shrewdness in his eyes and the boldness in his gestures, he knew that this elder in yellow robes must be the old ancestor of the Plainfield Qin clan. Most likely, he was ancestor Qin Yu's twin brother, the youngest Qin Yi of that generation. From the temperament of this Qin Yi, he had restrained his spiritual qi and did not show any domineering aura. Clearly, he had broken through the restriction of the spiritual martial force. From the situation, he should be at the refined void martial stage. However, Qin Wushuang paid attention to the entire Qin clansmen of the Plainfield town and only this one was at the refined void martial stage. It seems that the Plainfield Qin clan is indeed going downhill. In these few hundred years, no exceptional young man has emerged. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang thought this way and raised his head to look at the camp of the Redwater town. When comparing the two sides, although the other side did not have many exceptional people, in terms of overall strength, one could see the obvious difference between them. It was not surprising that this Redwater town dared to occupy the mine brazenly. In a world where strength spoke, even for such a small place, they also respected this rule. On the Plainfield town side, the yellow-robed old man's eyes were like an eagle's, sweeping over the faces of those people from the Redwater town. He lightly said, "Brother Wei, the matter between our two families, do we really have to make such a big fuss?" A tall old man on the other side spoke with a thunderous voice, "Qin Yi, now that things have come to this, let's not pretend to be courteous. It is meaningless to address each other as brothers. This mine belongs to our Redwater town. You've stolen it again and again. We have to settle this account." That yellow-robed old man was indeed Qin Yi. Qin Wushuang listened attentively. A hint of displeasure flashes across Qin Yi's face. He says coldly, "Qin Wei, your Redwater town is overbearing enough. Is it interesting to play the blame game? If you want to talk about this mine, we have a lot of it here in Plainfield town. Your side only has a small part. You are good. You simply said that this mine is yours." Qin Wei sneered and said, "Qin Yi, when are you talking about the past? 100 years ago, Elder Guan he had come to demarcate this mine. At that time, he had already made the decision that the 100 miles north of this mine would become my Redwater town's territory. Could it be that your Plainfield town would dare to go against the will of the elder?" As soon as he spoke these words, people of the Redwater town were immensely proud. On the other hand, people of the Plainfield town hung their heads in dejection. They were furious and helpless. Although Qin Yi was angry inwardly, he was neither servile nor overbearing as he argued with reason. "Elder Guan he, everyone knows that he is the ancestor of your Redwater Qin clan. Of course, his demarcation is towards your Redwater town. However, when we divide the territory, we need an official statement. Although Elder Guan he holds an honorable position, he also does not have official documents and talisman. Therefore, his ruling will not be effective. The border between our two towns must still be demarcated according to the original boundary." Of course, Qin Wei knew the trick within this matter as he said with a cold sneer, "You do have a big tone. Could it be that you feel that with the position of Elder Guan he cannot decide the dispute between two little towns? I only recognize the official documents." Qin Yi also held a determined attitude. "In the official files of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, the border between our two towns is this mine. We have 8 points and you only have 2. Now, the Plainfield town has already taken a big step back and is willing to divide the mining equally. Are you still not satisfied? This is the mine of the Red Water Town. You guys are mining in secret. Why should I be satisfied? Qin Wei said with a cold sneer. Qin Yi, if I were you, I would be sensible and take your people and get the hell out of here. To cause trouble, you guys don't have enough resources. As soon as Qin Wei's words dropped, those people behind him all jeered and hissed. Clearly, they looked down on the Plainfield town. For the Plainfield town, each of them revealed an angry expression as they clenched their fists and wanted to fight with their lives on the line. Qin Yi hissed, Qin Wei, your Red Water Town is pushing us too far. Don't be arrogant, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan is not any other place. Do you think there is no place to reason? For this lawsuit, even if I were to fight to the Aspiring Throne Mountain, I must demand an explanation. Aspiring Throne Mountain? Qin Wei's smile appeared fearless. Do you think you are qualified to go to the Aspiring Throne Mountain? Do you think the current era is still the same as a few hundred years ago? A few hundred years ago. When Qin Yi heard these words, instantly, as if a firecracker had been ignited, he glared at Qin Wei with bloodshot eyes and shouted, What did you say? Can't you hear what I said? Qin Wei was overbearing as if he disregarded Qin Yi's reaction. He shouted, I said now is not a few hundred years ago. Who do you think you are, Qin Yi? Relying on your two dead brothers, you have eaten a few hundred years of capital, and you still don't realize it. At the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, without strength, you must have the awareness of being a weakling. Fight for the mine? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? These words were without a doubt a great killing weapon. Especially to Qin Yi, it had touched a wound that he could never heal. His two talented brothers had met with misfortune one after another. It had caused the Plainfield Qin clan, which was initially full of vitality, to collapse like a mountain. Although Qin Yi had always worked hard, the difference in talent had made him powerless even if he had the will. He could not turn the tide. After a few hundred years, his strength had only reached the refined void martial stage. His two brothers were already at the profound void martial stage a few hundred years ago. It could be said that the early death of his two brothers was the lifelong hatred in Qin Yi's heart. Within the clan, he also forbade his descendants to talk about the matter of his two brothers. Now, Qin Wei had brought up the old matter again with a mocking tone. This had caused Qin Yi's mood to become enraged. Qin Wei, you must leave some bottom line for everything. Qin Yi said with a low voice, your Red Water Town relied on some background and acted insufferably arrogant. You must know that in this world, the ups and downs are unpredictable. Don't get carried away with your success. Qin Wei laughed out loud. These words must have been personally experienced by you, Qin Yi, right? Qin Yi, in this lifetime, you have lived a failure. You have lived your entire life under the shadow of your two dead brothers, TSK. Qin Yi's sleeves trembled slightly and a strange glow flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, he shouted, Qin Wei, go and die. He swung his sleeves and a long whip shot out a ray of yellow light towards Qin Wei's face like a poisonous snake. Qin Wei obviously intended to enrage Qin Yi and was already on guard. He put his hands together and opened a shield in front of him, blocking Qin Yi's attack directly. At the same time, the two clan brothers beside him leaped out and launched two colorful attacks at the same time. Like two dragons playing with a pearl, they attacked Qin Yi's chest directly. This coordination was actually flawless. It was obvious that this was the result of countless training. Qin Yi was caught off guard and was attacked by these two people who attacked later but arrived in front of him first. He quickly swung the whip in his hand and rolled it over a dozen times. Ring-shaped defensive air shields were shot out continuously, wanting to use this to block the joint attack of the two of them. At this moment, Qin Wei also changed from defense to offense. He shook his hand and a long spear pierced over. Carrying a wave of rotating air, with a puff sound, it pierced through 8 or 9 layers of defensive shields and went straight to Qin Yi's face. Qin Yi was greatly astonished. Inwardly, he was greatly shaken as he knew that he had fallen into the enemy's trap. Clearly, this Qin Wei had deliberately lured him to take the initiative to attack. Then, he would counterattack and kill him. In this case, even if the lawsuit were to be brought to the aspiring Throne Mountain, it would be Qin Yi who made the first move. With the protection of Elder Guan He, certainly these people of the Red Water Town would not receive any punishment. Most likely, the Plainfield town would be punished. In the time between a spark and a flint, a thought flashed across Qin Yi's mind: I must not die. However, when facing the joint attack of 3 elite warriors on par with him, clearly it would be impossible for him to evade it calmly. Especially the joint attack tactic of the enemy, clearly they had gone through countless training to achieve this effect. A trace of despair flashed across his mind. Could it be that my Plainfield Qin clan is finished like this? Suddenly, Qin Yi only felt his entire body become warm. It seemed as if his entire body had been pulled by a wave of invisible airflow. It pulled him back fiercely and pulled him out from the whirlpool of the enemy's attack. At the same time, a wave of airflow as fast as lightning arrived first despite being launched later. Like a frightening dragon tearing through the sky, a wave of spear power rolled with dazzling lights pierced out with a loud rumble. The third move of Qin Wushuang's self-created spear technique, Profound Nuclear Move. This profound nuclear move carried a form of bitter airflow as it completely distorted the spiritual qi structure in the sky. As the airflow rolled out, it instantly shattered the 3 attacks of the enemy. As if a monster had torn them into pieces, the spiritual qi dispersed and shot all the surrounding vegetation in disarray. Stone fragments swirled in the air. Including Qin Wei, the 3 elite warriors at the refined void martial stage only felt their blood roiling. A wave of earth-shattering imposing mana pressed down on them. As if a wave had hit them, it made them realize that this wave of destructive power was not something they could resist. There was only one word: run. In one breath, they retreated a few dozen meters and finally avoided this most powerful wave of impact. However, the impact of the remaining wave still caused their blood to roil. They tried hard to adjust their breathing to calm their rolling dantian. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them spat out a mouthful of blood. They had escaped from death. Almost at the same time, these 4 words emerged in the mind of these 3 people. Besides feeling lucky, there were a few extra traces of worry and fear in their eyes. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 576. They looked at the person who had attacked them with astonishment. A young man dressed in simple and honest clothing fixed his gaze at them with a cold expression. At that moment, he appeared as if a god had descended to the mortal world with an awe-inspiring presence. On the contrary, Qin Yi was the most astonished. As he looked at this young man, his heart trembled violently. He rubbed his eyes with disbelief and almost thought he was dreaming. Yes, he did not see it wrong. The Hegemon breaking formation spear. Once upon a time, this spear was the pride of the Plainfield Qin clan. It was the glory of the Plainfield Qin clan. The owner of this spear was the most exceptional genius in the history of the Plainfield Qin clan. It was also owned by Qin Yi's older brother, Qin Yu. In these 3 years, between his facial features, he bore some resemblance to his older brother, Qin Yu. Who was he? Who was he? Incomparably fervent lights flashed from Qin Yi's eyes and he could not suppress the trembling inside his heart. The way he looked at Qin Wushuang already appeared to be a bit blurred. Clearly, Qin Yi's descendants also saw the strange reaction of their forefather. They walked over with concern and asked in a low voice, "Forefather, are you all right? Forefather, are you injured?" Each of these concerned questions, yet Qin Yi turned a deaf ear to them. Instead, as if he had been petrified, he stared at Qin Wushuang's figure with extreme concentration and seriousness. His eyes revealed a form of fervent lights. Bewilderment, ecstasy, touched, joy and many other emotions came one after another. Such situation made the people of the Plainfield Qin clan feel confused. However, when they saw the reaction of their forefather, it should not be a bad thing. Could it be that this young man who had appeared out of nowhere was strange? Qin Wei reacted first and shouted in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Who are you? What do you mean by stepping out of nowhere?" The other two brothers also stood over. One on the left and one on the right, they protected Qin Wei from the left and right. Their tense expressions made everyone at the scene feel astonished. The people of the Plainfield Qin clan had always been used to seeing the tyrannical and domineering Qin Wei. Now, when they saw him appearing fierce on the outside but cowardly on the inside, they could not help but feel somewhat astonished. This young man had an ordinary appearance, yet he had suppressed such a vicious person as Qin Wei. Qin Wushuang coldly sized up Qin Wei and said indifferently, "What did you just say?" "I." Although Qin Wei was swift and fierce, being stared at by Qin Wushuang's cold and indifferent eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. The tough words that were at the tip of his tongue were forcefully swallowed back down. "I. What did I say? Just who are you? This Plainfield Qin clan is not related to you, right? Haha, you're called Qin Wei?" Suddenly, Bao Bao laughed and swaggered to the front. "Are your eyes in your pants?" Qin Wei could not understand. However, when he was berated by Bao Bao, a guy with the appearance of a little teenager, he could not help but become angry out of embarrassment. He shouted, "Mister, it seems that the grudge between the Redwater Qin clan and the Plainfield Qin clan does not need you outsiders to get involved, right? Who told you that I'm an outsider?" Qin Wushuang asked indifferently. "Are you the only one allowed to have the surname Qin in this world? Your surname is also Qin?" Qin Wei drew a breath of cold air. If the other party had the surname Qin and possessed such exceptional strength, he must not have come from the aspiring throne mountain. Bao Bao mumbled, "Or else why would I say that your eyes are in your pants? Even if you don't know my boss, you should recognize the spear in his hand." "This spear? What about this spear?" Inwardly, Qin Wei was still somewhat confused. Yet, he did not dare to neglect, "You also have the surname Qin? Are you from the aspiring throne mountain?" "That's right," Qin Wushuang said with a frown, "I just came from the aspiring throne mountain. I didn't expect that the famous Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had such an unworthy disciple like you. For someone like you, do you deserve to have the surname Qin?" Throughout his life, Qin Wushuang hated those people who liked to fight among themselves the most. Clearly, this Qin Wei was such a person. Now, Qin Wushuang thought about those repeated reminders from Elder Guanfeng and already had some idea. It seemed that the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was not as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. Various powerhouses were intertwined and there would always be some unexpected obstacles and troubles. Qin Wei said angrily, "Mister, even if you are from the aspiring throne mountain, don't be too arrogant. Let me ask you, who is your teacher at the aspiring throne mountain? Who is your backer?" Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer, "I am alone and only came to the aspiring throne mountain a few days ago. Where is my teacher, where is my backer? If I must say that I have a backer, the Qin clan's lofty and unyielding character, the Qin clan's boundless righteousness would be my backer." Qin Wushuang's words implied a reason. However, in Qin Wei's eyes, these were words from Qin Wushuang to boost his courage. He could not but help to laugh. "You are rather eloquent. Who are you trying to flatter by saying these words? Unfortunately, this place is too far from the aspiring throne mountain, the higher-ups cannot hear it." Qin Wushuang ignored the ugliness of this Qin Wei and did not want to get entangled. He said coldly, "Qin Wei, with your character, you are worthy to call yourself an offspring of the Qin clan? What did you say a moment ago?" "What did I say?" Qin Wei's tone was no longer as restrained as before. If this kid did not have a substantial backer behind him, then he was looking for trouble. At the aspiring throne mountain, Elder Guan, he was one of the top elders. To deal with him, a young man who had just entered the aspiring throne mountain, he could easily deal with him. "You said that at the Heavenly Emperor mountain, without strength, you must have the awareness of being a weakling. Am I right?" Qin Wei said with a cold sneer, "What about it? Do you think that since you are stronger than us, you will eat us for sure, right? So what if I eat you for sure?" Bao Bao asked lazily, "For a poor family like you, even without my boss making a move, I can slap you to death with one slap, do you believe me?" Although Qin Wei was restraining his fear, he did not believe that the other party had the guts. He said proudly, Why don't you ask around, which mountain does the Red Water Town rely on at the aspiring throne mountain? Qin Wushuang took a deep breath. Initially, he did not want to make a big fuss when he had just arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Additionally, for this little dispute over the mine, for now, no one had died. He still wanted to suppress it and deal with it coldly. I am not interested to hear who your backer is. I only want to ask you, how do you plan to deal with this mine? The mine belongs to the Red Water Town. Let the people of the Plainfield Town get lost immediately. I can consider letting bygones be bygones. Qin Wei's attitude was still extremely rude and unreasonable. When he saw that Qin Wushuang's tone seemed to be yielding, of course, he followed up his victory by attacking. No room for discussion? Qin Wushuang was not hysterical as he still spoke with a calm tone. What discussion? This is the result of Elder Guan He's ruling. If you want to discuss it, go discuss it with Elder Guan He. Do you have the guts? Qin Wei gave a cold sneer and looked at Qin Wushuang as if he was demonstrating his power. His eyes were full of provocation and mockery. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. Indeed, there were such idiots that used a chicken feather as a command arrow. Elder Guan He? Although Qin Wushuang did not see Elder Guan He at the aspiring throne mountain, he knew that although the elders held a respected position, above them, there were the 3 chiefs and the 12 honored warriors. Even at the level of the elders, there were differences in strength. Not to mention, among the core disciples at the same level as the elders, there were some with respected positions. With an elder as the backer, did they truly think that they were indomitable and indomitable? However, to a local overlord of a small town, how could they listen to these principles? At this moment, Qin Yi walked over and whispered to Qin Wushuang, "Little brother, that Guan He is extremely powerful at the aspiring throne mountain. For today's matter, let them gain the upper hand. We will think of a way later." In fact, when Qin Yi spoke these words publicly, he had calmed down and considered the strategy of retreating in order to advance. Of course, he was also deliberately showing weakness to Qin Wei to numb the other party. However, Qin Wushuang did not wish to escalate the matter. It was not because he was afraid of some Elder Guan He, but because he did not wish to cause too much trouble when he had just arrived. However, under such circumstances, when encountering such a person that relied on his power to bully others, the martial saint had no reason to shrink back due to his lofty and unyielding character. Scared? Qin Wushuang had never known what fear was. When facing the inescapable net of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he had never been scared even when he had a narrow escape. Before a local overlord, how could he be scared? He waved his hand calmly and motioned to Qin Yi not to worry. He turned around to fix his gaze at Qin Wei and said with a cold sneer, "Initially, I thought that for all your previous offense and disrespect to the deceased, I would forgive you this time since we are both from the Qin clan. However, it seems that you do not have the awareness of a weak person, right? Kid, you must understand clearly who is the weak one and who is the strong one." Qin Wei sneered. "Then I will let you understand clearly." After he had finished speaking, suddenly, Qin Wushuang's figure flashed and blended into the sky like a wave of meteoric light. Inwardly, Qin Wei's heart tightened. In the next moment, a crisp sound emerged from his face, "Pa." A fiery slap had landed directly on his old face. In the next moment, Qin Wushuang had returned to his original place. Still, he stood there leisurely as if he had never moved from the beginning to the end. Qin Wei caressed his burning cheek and roared with a hoarse voice, "You. Good kid, you hit me well." Qin Wushuang's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he said coldly, "If you speak another word of nonsense, next time, it will not be a slap." Qin Wei's expression changed drastically. The strength of the other party was too terrifying. Without a doubt, his strength was above his own. The most terrifying thing was the aura emitting from this young man's entire body. This kind of person was clearly not making empty threats, but a character who could definitely do what he said. Qin Wei's mouth moved, but in the end, he did not dare to utter another word of nonsense. He asked in a solemn voice, "Your esteemed self, since you want to forcefully come forward, leave behind your name." "Let's discuss it later." Qin Wushuang said coolly, "Discussing it later, that's a matter of later. Today, Do you think that it's over just like this? Qin Wei's entire body felt like it fell into an ice cave. What else do you want? Qin Wushuang's anger already flared up. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of an extremely sinister smile. Didn't you say it earlier? Without strength, you have to have the awareness of being a weakling. Today, I'll let you properly experience what the awareness of a weakling is like. Kid, don't be too arrogant. I've already transmitted my consciousness to Elder Guan He. He'll be able to rush over in less than half a day. Even if you kill all of us, do you think that you can avoid it? Qin Wushuang gave a cold sneer and asked leisurely, who told you that I'm going to hide? Bao Bao also laughed and cheered him on. First, I'll beat you, you vicious dog. Then, I'll ask your master for the sin of not teaching you well. When they talked about the Red Water Town, even Qin Yi was stunned. He was also stunned by Qin Wushuang's reckless and unscrupulous actions. Just who was this young man? Today's 5 chapters, for sure I'll finish it before 10 p.m. Can I finish it with 100 votes today? Haha, good luck. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 577. Before Qin Wushuang's powerful aura, Qin Wei retreated unconsciously. However, Qin Wushuang's aura approached him step by step. Regardless of how he retreated, it seemed that he could not escape from this abyss. Qin Wei yelled, "Kid, you will regret it if you touch a single hair of ours. I promise." What do you think you can promise with your current state? Qin Wei, if you bring out your viciousness to deal with the heavenly punishing villa and the sound of thunder sect, I will give you a thumbs up. Even if you do not have the courage, you will not lose the appearance of a disciple of the Qin clan. However, what did you use your courage for? To bully your neighbors? To fight against your own family? Is this your resolve as a disciple of the Qin clan? If that's the case, I don't mind letting you realize it completely today. In his lifetime, Qin Wushuang hated internal strife. He had inherited such mindset from his former world. In his former world, the motherland that he loved deeply was a country that excelled in internal strife and loved internal strife. After reincarnating into this world, he finally experienced the power of unity. It made him like this feeling very much. But this Qin Wei made his happy feeling instantly vanish without a trace. Qin Wei retreated step by step. Gritting his teeth, he called to his 2 brothers, "Let's go together and kill him." At this moment, he could only take the risk. When 3 refined Void Martial Stage warriors fought with all their strength, the power was still terrifying. At least, Qin Yi's expression had changed drastically as he immediately turned around and shouted, "Everyone, retreat 10 miles. Qin Wushuang narrowed his eyes into a line. Currently, in Qin Wushuang's eyes, 3 refined Void Martial Stage warriors were not worth mentioning. For your information, if he were to break through now, he could advance to the profound Void Martial Stage at any moment. And this was under the situation where he had not used the Sky Pilfered Pill. After Qin Wushuang had swallowed that Sky Pilfered Pill, he had not refined it. When training inside the ley lines of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Qin Wushuang did not need the stimulation from the Sky Pilfered Pill. Instead, he relied on his own comprehension to train to the edge of the profound Void Martial Stage. Coming to the aspiring Throne Mountain, the second sect master Qin Yunran's fiery vermilion fruit wine allowed him to reach the peak of the transformation Void Martial Stage. As long as he was willing, he could advance to the profound Void Martial Stage at any time. However, he remembered the teachings of the 2 supreme headmasters and was in no hurry to break through this thin layer of paper. How could a quasi-profound Void Stage martial artist fear the joint attack of 3 Void Refinement Stage martial artists? With the Rage Flood Dragon Soul in his hand, Xiao Chen casually waved it and 3 bolts of purple light shot out like bolts of purple lightning. They gave off an aura that made people tremble as they split into 3 and shot out. These 3 purple lightning-like attacks were extremely fast. Their momentum was not something that the 3 guys at the Void Refining Stage could withstand. Halfway through their charge, The three of them suddenly felt their bodies tighten, as if they were tied up by an invisible rope. Their bodies twitched, and the more they struggled, the tighter the rope became. Qin Wushuang shook his arm and the long whip of the Rage Flood Dragon Soul flashed out countless whip shadows. When he swung it forward, he had already thrown those three high up into the sky and onto the ground. The control of this power was extremely appropriate. This throw had not allowed them to escape, but it also prevented them from falling to their deaths. Bang, bang, bang. With three muffled sounds, the ground was filled with dust. Three elite warriors at the refined Void Martial stage, three leaders that the Red Water Town was proud of, were thrown to the ground like children that had just learned how to walk. The process and appearance of the fall were extremely embarrassing. With a poof sound, Qin Wei spat out the mud he had sucked into his mouth. When he wiped his mouth, it was full of blood. He appeared to be in a sorry state. He had also lost 3 or 4 of his teeth. The other 2 were not in a better state as they all struggled to get up. Now, those Qin people of the Red Water Town had finally realized what had happened. They walked over quickly and supported the 3 patriarchs. Qin Wei broke free and swore, "You bastard, you did well. If you have the skills, don't leave. Just you wait. Ouch." Before he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang's Fury Dragon Soul shook casually. At the same time, the bodies of those 3 twitched. As if they had been electrocuted, their entire body flipped and fell to the ground in an embarrassing state. A few times, each time they were about to get up, Qin Wushuang's Fury Dragon Soul shook. That rhythm was simple. However, Qin Wei and the others seemed to be controlled by an invisible rope. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from this control. After falling a dozen times, they had learned their lesson. They lay on the ground like dead dogs and did not get up. As long as they did not get up, the other party would not throw them down. These 3 leaders of the Red Water Town were acting like scoundrels as they pretended to be dead on the ground. Bao Bao asked with a chuckle, "Boss, should we give them some heavy methods to teach them a lesson?" Qin Wushuang turned around to look at Qin Yi. "Old Patriarch, you make the decision." Indeed, Qin Yi hated these 3 sworn enemies of the Red Water Town to the bone. However, after all, he was experienced and prudent. After he had calmed down, he thought far ahead. He said, "These 3 guys bully the weak and fear the strong. However, they do have a strong background. At the aspiring Throne Mountain, Elder Guan he ranks at least in the top 5 among all the elders. He has great power. He also curried favor with a few honored warriors. He interacted with them at a high level." Qin Wushuang laughed and did not speak a word. He muttered to himself irresolutely, "Old Patriarch, do you mean to stop here today? Stop while you're ahead." Now, Qin Yi cared more about the identity of this young man before him. He did not even pay much attention to this mine. Bao Bao and Lone gave a long sigh with regret. They said viciously, "Count yourselves lucky. Remember my boss's words, if you have the skills, use your fists to fight with the sworn enemies of the Qin clan. You are all people of the Qin clan, what kind of skill is it to beat your own people?" Lone also joined in the fun. "Boss, what is the saying, you cannot write 2 Qin characters with 1 stroke, is that right?" Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "That's how it is said." Regardless of how tough Qin Wei's bones were, before Qin Wushuang's power, he would not dare to act swift and fierce. He stood up with his head tucked back and led all the disciples of the Red Water Qin clan to cover their heads and flee like rats. Inwardly, they already hated the Plainfield Qin clan to the extreme. Inwardly, they made a ruthless vow that when Elder Guan he arrived, they would make the Plainfield Qin clan pay 10 times the price. While the people of the Red Water Town were fleeing, the people of the Plainfield Qin clan were cheering and jumping for joy. Clearly, they had never expected such situation. In fact, these disciples of the Plainfield Qin clan were already prepared for a bloody battle. To defend the dignity of the Plainfield Qin clan, they would not hesitate to give up their lives. Now that they could end with such a dreamy result, of course they were overjoyed at this unexpected turn of events. Each of them gathered and looked at Qin Wushuang with eyes full of doubt and admiration. Qin Yi's mood was also not much better. At this moment, he could not control the excitement inside his heart. He scrutinized Qin Wushuang's face and caressed that hegemon-breaking formation spear with emotion. Unconsciously, his eyes were filled with tears. After a few hundred years, he had seen the hegemon-breaking formation spear countless times in his dreams. At this moment, it had truly appeared. Forefather. When the people of the Plainfield Qin clan saw their forefather losing his self-control, their hearts tightened as they all came to comfort him. I'm fine. Qin Yi waved his hand and used his sleeve to wipe his muddy, tearful eyes. He laughed with tears mixed with laughter. I'm really fine. Among you guys, do any of you recognize this spear? All the people of the Plainfield Qin clan shook their heads. Qin Yi gave a long sigh. No wonder you guys don't recognize it. It's because I never told you guys. I also never allowed you to discuss these matters in the clan. In these few hundred years, generation after generation, you guys are all extremely curious about the ancestors of the Plainfield Qin clan, my two older brothers. Am I right? Those clansmen all nodded. Qin Yi looked at the hegemon-breaking formation spear with deep affection and said in a low voice, Then I will tell you now, this hegemon-breaking formation spear is the famous weapon my second brother used to gallop on the battlefield. It is also the best helper for him to sweep away all enemies. The hegemon-breaking formation spear. Qin Wushuang also felt apprehensive. The words of forefather Qin Wushuang seemed to have stirred up his endless worries. It was as if all the hope that ancestor Qin Yu had placed on his descendants had been revived by Qin Wushuang's emotions. Young man, tell me, who is my brother Qin Yu to you? I know that you must be closely related to him. I even saw my second brother's heroic spirit from that year on you. Bao Bao laughed. Forefather, your second brother is the ancestor of my boss. Could it be that you guys have never heard of my boss's name at the Plainfield town? Ancestor? Qin Yi was stunned, then he was overjoyed. You are the descendant of my second brother? Second brother has the inheritance of the family? This is great. This is really great. When Qin Yi said here, he almost lost his voice and his eyes were filled with tears of joy. He grabbed Qin Wushuang's shoulder tightly and looked at him carefully as if he was afraid of missing any part. Forefather, we should not stay here for long, let's find a place to talk in detail. Qin Yi was overjoyed as he laughed. Yes, I am so happy that I am confused. Let's go, let's return to the clan and talk at the Silver Moon Lake. Young man, what is your name? I am Qin Wushuang. Good, it's a great name. No wonder you are the descendant of my second brother. Wushuang, you must take a look at the Silver Moon Lake. That is the place where your ancestor became famous, the place where he walked out. In the past, our Plainfield Qin clan was also a place that everyone in the surrounding counties yearned for. From Qin Yi's tone, when he mentioned the glory of the past, there were still some traces of arrogance. Bao Bao laughed. We already went there once. Your gatekeeper told us and we learned that the entire Plainfield Qin clan is here. Or else, how would my boss know you guys are here? Overjoyed, Qin Yi grabbed Qin Wushuang's hand and held it tightly as if he was afraid that this dreamlike young man would fly away suddenly. No one could understand the feelings of forefather Qin Wushuang better than him. Qin Wushuang had fully experienced this kind of desire to revitalize the family and for the family to soar. Qin Wushuang had fully experienced it from his father, Qin Lianshan. Initially, when he had stood out at the River County Martial Arts student exam, the joy that flashed in his father's eyes was almost the same as forefather Qin Yi's. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 578. Instantly, the manor beside the Silver Moon Lake became lively. The clansmen of the Plainfield Qin clan could not wait to spread this good news. It caused those busybodies who admired the history of the Plainfield Qin clan to want to see how the descendants of senior Qin Yu looked like. However, the Plainfield Qin clan that had never set up much defense against their own townspeople were prepared for battle. They blocked all the busybodies outside the Silver Moon Lake. Inside the manor, Qin Yi brought Qin Wushuang to pay respects to the ancestral hall. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was deeply moved. The structure of this ancestral hall was almost the same as the Eastwood Qin clan. It was apparent that when ancestor Qin Yu had set up the ancestral hall, he had thought of the Plainfield Qin clan and this place where he had become famous. This Plainfield town was not well informed. Although they had heard about Qin Wushuang's reputation, there were too many disciples of the Qin clan in the world and they did not pay much attention to it. For Qin Wushuang's latest situation, such as the great battle with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, of course a small place like the Plainfield town would not know about it. These were secrets that only the higher-ups of the aspiring throne mountain would know. Before the outside world had spread the news, the aspiring throne mountain would not publicize it on a large scale. This was also a form of protection for the young people. Since the Plainfield town did not know, of course the Redwater town would not know. Elder Guanhe knew about it. However, he was not at the Upright Morality Hall and had not seen Qin Wushuang. He could not match him to Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang took a tour around the manor. When he talked about ancestor Qin Yu going to the human countries to develop, Qin Yu was also deeply moved. I only knew that second brother was disheartened and had quietly retired. I didn't expect that he had used the human countries as a base. Ha ha, the heavens do not disappoint the faithful. Wushuang, you have inherited second brother's dying wish and are the greatest hope for the Plainfield Qin clan to rise again. Qin Wushuang laughed. Forefather, there is no need to say this. Since we come from the same bloodline, of course we should love each other. However, since the Qin clan is able to occupy the position of the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates, little rascals like Qin Wei are rare. Personally, I feel that for such internal strife, we should not overdo it. That may be the case, but that Qin Wei has always been arrogant and overbearing. He will surely not let the matter rest. If that elder Guanhe were to fuss about it, then this matter would really be difficult to handle. Wushuang, how about you return to the aspiring throne mountain first? For the matter here, we will shoulder it. Even if they want to take revenge, we will endure the humiliation and shoulder it. As long as you can stand out in the future, the Plainfield Qin clan will not be afraid of not seeing the light of day. From his tone, one could tell that Qin Yu was extremely afraid of Elder Guanhe. It was so much so that there was a bone-deep fear. After all, to the little Plainfield Qin clan, an elder holding a high position in the headquarters was a giant figure. It was normal for Qin Yi to have such worries. However, Qin Wushuang had experienced so much, and his state of mind was very stable. He did not believe that since that Guanhe could become an elder, could he be as brainless as Qin Wei? Completely unprincipled. Qin Wushuang would not be afraid of him if he was really so indiscriminately protective. Regardless of talking reason or competing with fists, Qin Wushuang would not be afraid to keep him company. When he had just arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, he did not want to cause trouble. However, it did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Not wanting to cause trouble was a form of awareness of a lofty position. However, if someone had to climb on top of his head and try to step on him, Qin Wushuang's lofty and unyielding character had never been intimidated by power. Even during the most difficult times, he had never considered lowering his head. As he had said, if he must say what kind of support he had, it would be his lofty and unyielding character that had been passed down from generation to generation. It was a surge of hot-blooded righteousness. For this pair of iron fists, even if it were the greatest injustice, they would flatten him. When Qin Yi saw Qin Wushuang smiling and not speaking a word, he thought that since he had just arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, he did not understand the depth of the waters at the headquarters. He advised him patiently, Wushuang, that elder Guanhe. Bao Bao raised the corner of his mouth and interrupted Qin Yi with a smile. Forefather, don't worry. For this matter, don't worry, my boss will take care of it. If that elder Guanhe is reasonable, then it would be the best. When we have defined the border of that mine, everyone will pass it with a smile. If he is not reasonable, we will not be afraid of him. Elder Guanfeng also said that if we encounter any problems, we can find him. Elder Guanfeng? Qin Yi was stunned. Is that the elder Guanfeng who had the best relationship with senior and second brother? That's him. Qin Yi was half joyful and half worried. If elder Guanfeng is willing to step out, this matter can be discussed. However, in these few hundred years, I have never seen Elder Guan Feng come to the Plainfield town. Qin Wushuang laughed. Forefather, even if Elder Guan Feng does not step out, there is nothing to be afraid of. I have been to the headquarters of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. I feel that the Qin clan is not a place without reason. Even with Elder Guan his power and influence, he cannot reach the sky with one hand. That's what you say. However, in the future when you are developing at the aspiring throne mountain, you would not be able to take it if he were to make things difficult for you. Don't you know? Initially, Guan He was jealous of your ancestor Qin Yu. Later, when your ancestor Qin Yu suffered internal injuries in a duel, this Guan He was the first vanguard who took joy in other people's misfortune. So there are these illusions, no wonder. Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. Qin Yi still wanted to say something, yet Bao Bao shouted, I say, forefather, you are still not reassured by my boss. I am not afraid to tell you that even though Elder Guan He is strong, he is not much stronger than my boss. My boss still has many trump cards. Even if that Guan He were to come, he would not be afraid of him. Besides, in terms of backing, while Guan He can rely on honored warriors, my boss has the protection of the chief. Protection of the chief. Qin Yi was dumbstruck as he looked at Qin Wushuang with astonishment. Clearly, he thought this was Bao Bao's joking words. You don't believe me? Bao Bao laughed. My boss was received by the third chief at the aspiring throne mountain. Before he departed from the aspiring throne mountain to come here, he even drank wine at the second chief's place. That Guan He thinks he is infallible. Ask him if he is qualified to let the second chief invite him to drink a cup of fire vermilion fruit wine. Qin Yi opened his mouth and his expression was already somewhat dumbstruck. To him, everything Bao Bao had said sounded more like a storytelling story. However, his rationality told him that it did not seem like a story from a storytelling story. At least, from the expression of this young man, there was no exaggeration. Could it be that everything was true? Just when he was thinking about how to ask for clarification, suddenly, a disciple bumped into the door and said in a panic, Forefather, people from the Red Water Town are here. Qin Yi's expression changed as he asked with astonishment, how many people have come? I am afraid there are a few hundred of them, all of them are first-rate. Qin Yi's expression was indeterminate as he mumbled, it must be Elder Guan He. Did you see him? I didn't see him, but there are two unfamiliar faces. I am afraid they are the disciples of Elder Guan He at the aspiring throne mountain. Qin Yi could not help but rub his hands. Inwardly, he was incredibly anxious. In the end, he still asked Qin Wushuang with determination, Wushuang, go quickly, we will hold them off here. As soon as he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang had already walked out the door. Forefather, counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Although the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan is big, we cannot hide. After Qin Wushuang had finished speaking, he had already arrived at the entrance of the manor. Now, that Qin Wei had already bandaged his wounds. When he saw Qin Wushuang, his expression changed drastically as he said to the two people next to him, two senior brothers, it's this kid, it's him. These two were all elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage. Although they stared at Qin Wushuang from afar, they did not dare to neglect him. Qin Wushuang seemed to turn a blind eye to these layers of encirclement as he asked with a clear voice, where is Elder Guan He? Since you are here, why don't you come out for a chat? Qin Wei mocked and ridiculed, kid, it's not too late for you to be rampant after you have passed the two senior brothers. Just you, what qualifications do you have to ask to see Elder Guan He? Qin Wushuang did not pay attention to Qin Wei as he only said lightly, Elder Guan He, I know you are already here. For today's matter, should I use my mouth or some other method, please tell me. Qin Wushuang's calm and collected shrewdness had made Guan He, who was observing in the dark, somewhat surprised. Inwardly, he was awed. Since when did the Plainfield Qin clan have such an exceptional young man? Since this Guan He had arrived in a hurry, he had not figured out the sequence of events. Thus, he was not in a rush to show himself. However, since Qin Wushuang had exposed his whereabouts, if he did not show himself, it would appear that he was not open and candid. Instantly, with a flash, he appeared at the entrance of the manor. As soon as the lights were withdrawn, Elder Guan He appeared to be dressed in a long robe of alternating red and white like the color of a lotus flower. Young man, what is your relationship with the Plainfield Qin clan? Naturally, Guan He's eyesight was incomparable to that Qin Wei. As soon as he saw Qin Wushuang, he knew that this young man was exceptional. Being at the perfect void martial stage, although Elder Guan He was not worried, inwardly, he was somewhat shocked when he saw such a young man full of potential. Elder Guan He, since you don't know who I am, then there is no need to ask. Since everyone is in a daze, it would not be too late to discuss other matters after we have explained the reason. If we can reach an agreement, I will be the host and invite you for a drink. Everyone will laugh and forget the grudges. Since we are all disciples of the Qin clan, it should be like this, right? Qin Wushuang's words were beautiful as he threw the hot potato to Guan He. Of course, Guan He would not be provoked by a young man. A trace of a ruthless smile emerged from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were full of domineering aura. Young man, although you're trying your best to put yourself on the same level as me, do you really think that this old man will agree with you when you're doing this deliberately? Among the Qin clan, many people are qualified to invite me for a drink. Clearly, you are not one of them. Indeed, Elder Guan His words were somewhat unreasonable. Qin Wushuang had already experienced some of it. Yet, he did not mind as he laughed without batting an eyelid. If that's the case, then please draw another path. I am not afraid of you if you want to fight. Regardless of the path, I will accompany you to the end. Qin Wushuang's implied meaning was this. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 579. This was Qin Wushuang's personality. If you respect me, I will respect you 10 times over. If you do not want the face I gave you, then do not blame me for turning hostile. Gradually, Guan He's gaze became cold and ruthless. The domineering aura from his eyes had congealed into a form of invasion. Vividly, he had formed a wave of invisible aura and started to pressure Qin Wushuang. In terms of strength and stage, Qin Wushuang was indeed inferior to Elder Guan He, who was at the perfect void martial stage. In terms of aura, Qin Wushuang had gone through the baptism of the Supreme Tao. How could he be suppressed by the aura of someone at the perfect void martial stage? He said with composure, Elder Guan He, if you want to subdue me without a fight, this idea is too naive. The opponents I once met were 10 times stronger than you, and they had never used their aura to make me yield. Like a sharp blade, these light words had pierced into the heart of Elder Guan He. Instantly, it had reduced half of his aura. Although Elder Guan He was tyrannical and domineering, he was not a brainless person. When he saw that Qin Wushuang remained calm under his aura, he was already somewhat suspicious. Inwardly, he whispered, just who was this young man? When had such a young man appeared at the aspiring throne mountain? Whose disciple was he? Although Elder Guan He had spent most of his time on the outside, he was confident that he had grasped most of the matters within the sect. Especially those elite warriors of the younger generation, he knew them like the back of his hand. However, such a strange kid had shattered Elder Guan He's self-confidence. It was not because he felt that he could not take care of this young man, but because he feared which higher-up was behind this young man. Before he had figured out this problem, it would be impossible for him to make a heavy move. Although Elder Guan He had great power, at the aspiring throne mountain, he still had to look at the faces of many people. After all, there were too many people with greater power than him at the aspiring throne mountain. Young man, if this old man were to really strike, do you think that you or the 2 helpers beside you would be able to handle it? Qin Wushuang said leisurely, this way, Elder Guan He is not very confident. Or else, with your strength at the perfect void martial stage, you could have made a move as soon as you entered the door. Who can stop you? These words were obviously directed at Elder Guan He's inner heart, pulling out the worry and fear in his heart. Elder Guan He was in awe, secretly thinking that this young man was indeed remarkable. But the more Qin Wushuang acted like this, the more he felt that Qin Wushuang had a trump card behind him. Qin Wushuang seemed to know what was on his mind. He smiled and said in a carefree manner, "Earlier, I told Qin Wei that I am all alone. I have only been at the aspiring throne mountain for a few days." He had no teacher and no backing. He only has a body of steel and a heart of righteousness. You have a sharp tongue. Guan He coldly snorted, "Brat, if you have a sect backing you, you better say it. Otherwise, once you make a move, this old man will not know what is called politeness." At this moment, Bao Bao interrupted, "Why do you keep asking? I'm afraid that if I tell you, you won't have the guts to compete." "Oh." Guan He laughed out of extreme anger, "Then I would like to hear what kind of major backing you have to make me lose the guts to compete." Bao Bao laughed, "What big backing do I need? Didn't my boss say it? He has only been at the aspiring throne mountain for a few days. Is it important to have a teacher or backing?" Indeed, this made Guan He feel embarrassed. Lone also said coldly, "Elder Guan He, my boss has no backing. If you are going to make a move, feel free to come. I would like to see if you, Elder Guan He, or that Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is more powerful." Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. With a buzzing sound inside Elder Guan He's head, he suddenly remembered something. Then, he remembered that in these days, some of his old friends at the Upright Morality Hall had told him some stories. Instantly, his expression froze and the way he looked at Qin Wushuang had also changed. This change of events caused people from both the Plainfield town and the Red Water town to feel extremely astonished. You are that Qin Wushuang from the human countries?" Inwardly, Guan He scolded himself for being stupid. He should have thought of it earlier. He had also heard about the matter at the Sacrificial Valley. Others might not know about Qin Yu's background, but being an old neighbor, how could he not know? In fact, he should have thought that this young man was Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly, "Yes." The complexion of Elder Guan He had turned green. This time, he truly felt that he had acted too recklessly. Regardless, he had displayed such imposing manner. If he had not done anything, how would these Qin clansmen of the Red Water town look at him? However, who was this Qin Wushuang? He was the young demonic genius that the third chief had brought back from the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect and had almost destroyed the sect with one hand. Regardless of Elder Guan He's courage, certainly he would not dare to use force against Qin Wushuang. He could not win or lose. In the end, he would lose and there would be no other possibilities. Just from Qin Wushuang's contribution of destroying the foundation of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, it was enough to surpass Elder Guan He. Not to mention, this kid was only a little over 20 years old and had full potential. From the recent news, clearly they were preparing to nurture Qin Wushuang as a core disciple. For sure, such a young man would surpass him, an elder, in the future. Not to mention the successor to the chief, at least, he would be the successor to the honored warrior level. When he thought here, instantly, Elder Guan He's overbearing temperament became much softer. Qin Wei had suffered at the hands of Qin Wushuang as he cried out, "Elder Guan He, this kid is only a poor kid from the human countries. He is a nouveau riche and does not have any backing." At this moment, Elder Guan He even had the thought of pinching Qin Wei to death. Qin Wushuang still appeared to be at ease as he said lightly, "Elder Guan He, it seems that this patriarch Qin Wei did not learn his lesson. It's not that I am being arrogant. If all disciples of the Qin clan were like this Qin Wei, my Heavenly Emperor Qin clan would have already been kicked out of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain." Qin Wei's complexion alternated between green and white as he swore, "Kid, don't always act like a hypocrite. If you are so noble, why don't you bury yourself in the Sacrificial Valley?" As soon as he spoke these words, not to mention Qin Wushuang, even the complexion of Elder Guan He had changed. He flicked his sleeve and shouted, "Qin Wei, shut up." Swept by this strong wind, Qin Wei staggered a few steps back and kept coughing. He looked at Elder Guan He with astonishment. Clearly, he did not believe that someone as protective as Elder Guan He would publicly lecture his trusted subordinate in such situation. Clearly, the other people of the Red Water town could not accept this scene. They looked at Elder Guan He, who was emitting an awe-inspiring aura, with a stupefied expression. Trembling with fear, they did not know what to do. Elder Guan He gave a long sigh and nodded, Qin Wushuang. I take back my words. I must admit that you are qualified to treat me to a drink. I am afraid this is also the best way to solve this problem. After he had finished speaking these words, Guan He seemed to have aged 10 years. To admit defeat before a 20-years-old young man, this was something he had never experienced in his lifetime. However, the situation was more important than everything. Who asked him to be reckless? Who asked him to not investigate beforehand? Originally, this matter could have ended with dignity and harmony. Why would he be forced to reconcile and slap his own face? Each of the people of the Red Water town was dumbstruck and found it hard to believe. On the other hand, each of the people of the Plainfield town was in ecstasy as they cheered in high spirits. To the people of the Plainfield Qin clan, the arrival of Elder Guan He was simply a legendary existence. Each of them had a feeling that a calamity had arrived. Who would have thought that before this Elder Guan He had made a move, he had reached a compromise with a young man from the human countries with just a few words? Could it be that ancestor Qin Yu's name was still so useful after a few hundred years? Even a descendant of his could make Elder Guan He restrain his fear. But no matter what, this was a pleasant surprise. Qin Wushuang chuckled. Good, Elder Guan He, you are a straightforward person. I admire you very much. In my opinion, to solve this matter this way, it is the most perfect result. Elder Guan He, let's exchange wine cups at the table, it's better than fighting with each other here. When people of the Qin clan kill each other, even if there is a reason behind it, for sure we will become the biggest joke of our enemies. These words made sense. Although Elder Guan He had been suppressing the Plainfield town internally, he did not wish for another exceptional disciple to emerge from the Plainfield town and suppress the feng shui of the Red Water town. However, to the outside world, Guan He's desire to win was not any weaker than Qin Wushuang. He nodded with a roaring laugh. That's right, we cannot let the outside world laugh at the internal conflict of the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang, earlier I wanted to break you into 8 pieces. Now, I suddenly feel that you are somewhat interesting. No wonder the few chiefs and those honored warriors spoke highly of you. It seems that beneath your great reputation, you cannot live up to it. Guan He also wanted to find a way out for himself. He turned around and shouted at Qin Wei. Qin Wei, come here, apologize to young Master Wushuang. Qin Wei could not believe his ears. What was going on with Elder Guan He? All of you listen well, in the future, whoever sees young Master Wushuang, you must show some respect. If young Master Wushuang had not shown mercy, even if he had killed you, I would not have sought justice for you. You only know that young Master Wushuang came from the human countries. Do you know what he has been doing recently? Have you heard about the heavenly Luo Daoist sect? It was this young Master Wushuang who single-handedly destroyed their mountain gate. This matter has already shocked the entire Shen Yuan mound. You short-sighted people. Why are you not thanking young Master Wushuang for not killing you? The more Guan He praised Qin Wushuang, the easier it was to accept his change of attitude from arrogance to deference. Besides, he was not overly praising him, he was only stating a fact. When Qin Wei and the others heard these words, they realized how stupid they were. Even the supreme Dao elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan appreciated him. Was he someone they could afford to offend? People of the Red Water Qin clan were too ashamed to show their face. For the people of the Plainfield town, now they knew the significance of the name Qin Wushuang. Each of them was beaming with smiles as they felt happiness from the bottom of their heart. After such a long time, the Plainfield Qin clan finally enjoyed true respect. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 580. Due to Elder Guan He's tactfulness, the following matters appeared to be abnormally smooth. Those few leaders of the Red Water town did not have the right to speak. They could only drink to drown their sorrows. As they watched the people of the Plainfield town in high spirits as if they were celebrating a festival, Qin Wei and the others realized with sorrow that the superiority of the Red Water town over the Plainfield town for the past few hundred years was about to end. Thinking of this, they felt a sense of loss in their hearts. However, seeing how elder he was so respectful to this young man, it was as if after turning from an enemy to a friend, they had instantly become incomparably close comrades in arms. This situation made them feel a sense of helplessness and frustration. Regarding the border issue between the two towns, Elder Guan he acted out of character and used a negotiating tone to ask for Qin Wushuang's opinion. Qin Wushuang looked at Qin Yi and asked, "Forefather, for this mine, how do you think would be the most ideal distribution?" Qin Yi was not a person that was blindly aggressive. He also knew the principle of stopping while he was ahead. Although Elder Guan he was courteous, from the current situation, this Elder Guan he was restraining his fear of Wushuang's potential and reputation. It would not be appropriate for him to be overly flamboyant. At the moment, he said, according to the historical division of the border, the Plainfield town would take at least 80%. At most, the Redwater town would take 20%. However, in these years, the usual practice is to divide the mining rights equally. Everyone is from the Qin clan, it would be unreasonable for us to quarrel over these matters. Let's follow the usual practice and still split 50-50, how about it? Qin Wushuang looked at Elder Guan He. Initially, Elder Guan He thought Qin Yi would demand an exorbitant price and ask for 80% of the territory. Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, splitting 50-50 and maintaining the usual practice was out of his expectation. However, since the other party had lowered his stance, Elder Guan he also knew that if he did not stop while he was ahead, most likely it would not make sense. It's rare for Patriarch Qin Yi to be so generous, then let's do as you say. Both sides will sign an agreement today with evidence to prevent unnecessary disputes in the future. Upon hearing Elder Guan his words, Qin Wushuang inwardly cursed this cunning old fox. It sounded like Elder Guan he was considering the weak Plainfield town, but in fact, Qin Wushuang knew that Elder Guan he was worried that he, Qin Wushuang, would become strong in the future, and would once again turn hostile and go back on his words. Everything was settled in advance. Even if Qin Wushuang became strong in the future, with the agreement in hand, it would be justifiable no matter where he went. However, Qin Wushuang didn't want to dwell on these small details, and his eyes shouldn't stay on this small mine. Since Qin Yi felt that it wasn't a problem to split the loot 50-50, there was no need for him to continue being entangled. After the deal was finalized, the farce that had evolved into a life-and-death battle ended happily. After Elder Guan he left with the people of the Redwater town, the joy that had been suppressed for a long time on the side of the Plainfield town finally broke out. Those children of the Plainfield town looked at Qin Wushuang with an expression that could not be described with the word worship. The meddlesome people of the Plainfield town flocked over and wanted to see Qin Wushuang's graceful bearing. However, Qin Wushuang went to find Qin Yi alone. Inwardly, he still had some questions and wanted to ask. When Qin Yi saw that Qin Wushuang was extremely serious, he asked, "Wushuang, what's the matter?" Qin Wushuang asked, "Forefather, when I was in the human countries, the line of the Qin clan had experienced a few population losses. I heard that all the able-bodied men were transferred. They should have all come to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Have you heard about this matter?" Qin Yi was somewhat at a loss as he shook his head. Is there such a thing? Ever since second brother went missing, there was no more news from the Plainfield town. Qin Wushuang was somewhat disappointed. It seemed that forefather Qin Yi should not know about those missing people. Normally, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan rules the Qin clan in the world. It's normal for them to transfer people. However, the human countries are so remote, they should not have gone there to transfer people, right? Besides, does anyone at the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan know that second brother had wandered to the human countries? Qin Yi's words made Qin Wushuang feel even more confused. However, he decided to not think about these matters for now. He would ask the third chief when he had the chance in the future. After staying at the Plainfield Qin clan for 2 days, Qin Wushuang observed the life of this Plainfield Qin clan. It was incredibly peaceful and completely different than the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan. Inwardly, he thought, this Plainfield town is a place to live. If the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was not so chaotic, this Plainfield town would be a suitable place to live. I see that father has an urgent desire to return to his ancestral home. If there is a chance in the future, it would be nice for the family to live at this plain-field town. As Qin Wushuang thought this way, he told Qin Yi his thoughts. Of course, Qin Yi welcomed him as he laughed. Wushuang, if your father is willing to return to the plain-field town, I promise that he will be welcomed with open arms. Qin Yi also knew how to think. Now, the line of the plain-field town had been suppressed for a few hundred years. Finally, they had the chance to hold their heads up high. However, all this hope was tied to Qin Wushuang. How much effort this Qin Wushuang was willing to put in for the Plainfield Qin clan completely depended on how much affection Qin Wushuang had for the Plainfield Qin clan. If one were to only look at the relationship of bloodline to Qin Wushuang's generation, a dozen or 20 generations had passed. In fact, the bloodline had become thinner. However, if Qin Wushuang's father was willing to return to the Plainfield town, it would be a different story. He believed that by that time, Qin Wushuang would certainly devote himself to the Plainfield town. With this consideration, of course Qin Yi would welcome him with both hands. Under Qin Yi and all the clansmen of the Plainfield Qin clan, Qin Wushuang and his group left the Plainfield town and returned to the aspiring throne mountain. When he returned to the ascending dragon slope, Qin Wushuang discovered that the number of core disciples staying at the ascending dragon slope had increased significantly compared to a few days ago. At the ascending dragon slope, from time to time, he could see core disciples rushing back from the outside. Although the core disciples did not meet much in ordinary times, they all knew each other. When they saw Qin Wushuang's unfamiliar face, they all felt somewhat strange. A few of them even greeted Qin Wushuang. "Are you new?" The one who asked this question was one of Qin Wushuang's neighbors. This core disciple had a tall and lofty figure. Although he was only at the transformation void martial stage, it was apparent that this person was not old. Qin Wushuang nodded with a smile. "I've only been here for a few days." "Then you must call me senior brother, ha ha, it's best to enter first." "I am Qin Lan, what about you?" That person extended his hand in a friendly manner. "Qin Wushuang." Qin Wushuang shook hands with that Qin Lan. Both parties smiled lightly and appeared to have a mutual understanding. "Qin Wushuang?" When Qin Lan heard this name, he was slightly stunned. "Recently, I heard that there is a young man from the human countries called Qin Wushuang. Could it be you?" "Indeed, I am the only one called Qin Wushuang in the human countries." Qin Wushuang smiled. "Ha ha, it's really you. When I returned to the mountain this time, it seemed that everyone was talking about you. They said that you had done something extraordinary. In the end, what did you do? Tell me about it." Although this Qin Lan had a tall and lofty figure, his movement still appeared somewhat childish. Qin Wushuang knew that everything he had done now was only known to those higher-ups at the elder level. Although the core disciples held the same position as the elders, clearly, those who were behind in the news had not received the information. "In fact, it's nothing, I just fought a few battles with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect." Qin Wushuang laughed and asked, "Brother Qin Lan, how many years have you lived at the ascending dragon slope?" Qin Lan gave a free and easy smile. "I am only half a year earlier than you. Most likely, before you moved in, I was the last one. You came from the human countries, and I came from the Qin branch of the Heavenly One Prefecture. Ha ha, in fact, we are all legitimate disciples of the Qin clan at the foot of the aspiring throne mountain. The Qin clan under the heavens is one family. Isn't it the same whether you are born at the foot of the aspiring throne mountain?" Qin Lan said with a bitter smile, "Whether it's the same or not, you will soon experience it. Perhaps in the eyes of the higher-ups, the core disciples hold the same value. However, to many of the core disciples born with good backgrounds, they still have a sense of superiority deep in their bones. Only, fortunately, most of the core disciples are not that bored." From Qin Lan's tone, clearly, he had suffered such a loss. Qin Wushuang only laughed and did not pursue the matter. He did not want to inquire about these matters when he had just arrived. When he had come to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, he had never thought about competing with people of the Qin clan. When Qin Lan saw Qin Wushuang smiling without speaking a word, he patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder. "Junior brother, regardless, if you encounter any injustice, you must remember my advice. Bear with it for a while and the wind will be calm and the waves will be calm. Take a step back and you will have a boundless sea and sky. After he had finished speaking, this Qinlan walked away leisurely. From his pretentious mature tone, this Qinlan should have suffered some hardships. Qin Wushuang shook his head with a bitter smile and walked into the courtyard. On the other hand, after Elder Guan he had left the Red Water Town, he returned to the aspiring throne mountain with a heavy heart. At the Plainfield town, he worked hard to control his emotions and did not choose to fight with Qin Wushuang. It was because he had heard about Qin Wushuang's methods and did not want to put himself in a difficult position. In fact, Elder Guan he had lived for a few hundred years and was never a kind person. He had retreated in order to advance because he feared the reputation left behind by Qin Wushuang after the great battle with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He was afraid that his lifetime of wisdom would be destroyed overnight. This time, he had returned to the aspiring throne mountain for Qin Wushuang's matter. After he had returned to the aspiring throne mountain, Elder Guan he went to visit a person immediately. This person held a much higher position than Elder Guan he at the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. He was honored warrior Ji Huai, one of the top 12 honored warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. In terms of age, this Ji Huai was similar to Guan he and was part of the same group. Only, Ji Huai's strength and talent were higher than Elder Guan he. Thus, up to this point, he held a higher position than Guan he. When honored warrior Ji Huai heard that Elder Guan he had come to visit, he had guessed most of it. He let his trusted subordinates lead Elder Guan he to a secret place. When these two old friends and best friends met, they had an incredibly complicated mood. Clearly, each of them knew what the other was thinking. You have returned to the Red Water Town? Ji Huai asked straightforwardly. Guan he also did not hold back as he nodded. Yes. That Qin Wushuang has also returned to the Plainfield town? Guan he gave a long sigh. Yes, in the end he has returned. I really didn't expect it. Honored warrior, could you have imagined that today's situation would occur? Honored warrior Ji Huai said lightly with an expressionless face. Regardless of whether I had imagined it or not, the situation has developed to this point and it is not the worst. At least, I did not see the intention to uncover old grudges from that Qin Wushuang. Elder Guan he gave a long sigh. This Qin Wushuang is young, yet he is shrewd. Who knows what he is thinking? While he was speaking, suddenly, Elder Ji Huai moved his spiritual perception and took out the communication jade plate. Almost at the same time, Guan he also had the same reaction. It's the chief who has gathered everyone. Honored warrior Ji Huai and Elder Guan he did not dare to neglect as they rushed towards the upright morality hall. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 581. Clearly, the core disciples had also received these summoning orders as they all rushed towards the upright morality hall. Qin Lan walked before Qin Wushuang's courtyard with a smile and called out, "Junior brother, let's go to the upright morality hall." "Didn't you receive the notice?" Qin Wushuang was stunned. "Go to the upright morality hall? You didn't receive the communication spiritual talisman from the chief?" Qin Lan was stunned. Now, Qin Wushuang remembered that his identity as a core disciple had not been approved. Of course, he would not be able to talk about this communication spiritual talisman. He touched his nose with a bitter smile and just when he was about to let Qin Lan go ahead, suddenly, Elder Guanqi's figure dropped down from the slope. He walked over in large strides. "Wushuang, I was worried that you had not returned. The chief has issued the summoning spiritual talisman and all Qin clansmen above the core disciple level are to rush over." "Elder Guanqi?" Qin Lan looked at Elder Guanqi with some astonishment. He seemed to have never expected that Elder Guanqi would come to the ascending dragon slope. Elder Guanqi said with a smile, "Qin Lan, stay close to Wushuang, you must take care of each other in the future." Qin Lan laughed. "Of course, didn't I invite him to go to the upright morality hall? Wushuang, let's go, the chief is waiting for you." Now, Qin Wushuang knew that he also had a part to play. He nodded and went with Guan Qi and the others. When they arrived at the upright morality hall, many core disciples had already arrived. Besides a small portion that could not make it back in time, almost everyone had arrived. This time, the group was strangely gigantic. All 12 honored warriors had arrived. There were hundreds of elders and 200 or 300 core disciples. These few hundred people formed the core layer of the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan headquarters. They were the elite at the top of the pyramid. As for the guardians below them, they were not even qualified to step into the upright morality hall. Guan Qi arranged Qin Wushuang with the core disciple group and returned to his elder group. Guan Feng was also with the elder group. When he saw Qin Wushuang coming in, he smiled at him and nodded. Then, he shot a glance at Elder Guan He unconsciously. Both of them looked at each other meaningfully. Although Qin Wushuang knew that there was a story here, his face was calm and he pretended that he didn't see anything fishy. Elder Guan Qi seemed to be the steward of the upright morality hall. After waiting for the last few people to arrive, Guan Qi counted the heads, walked to the center, and said loudly, "Everyone, almost everyone is here." The 2 sect masters were about to arrive. "Everyone, please be quiet." Elder Guan Qi had just finished speaking when Qin Yunran's hearty voice came from outside the upright morality hall. "Haha, I haven't been back to the upright morality hall for a while. It seems that everyone is full of energy. Not bad, not bad." The 2 big shots, Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang, walked in together. Even though the 2 Supreme Dao experts had completely suppressed their Supreme Dao aura, their combined aura was enough to clear the area. All the people who had been whispering to each other stopped talking and watched the 2 sect masters walk up to the sect master's throne. After they were seated, Qin Yunran waved his hand. "Everyone, please sit down. Don't be shy." Only then did everyone sit down. As soon as Qin Chongyang walked in, he had been frowning slightly. He stood up and said, "Everyone, this time I have called you all here because firstly, there is a matter that requires everyone to vote on. Secondly, I want to report some recent important movements of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain." Qin Chongyang spoke concisely and comprehensively. He looked at Qin Wushuang and waved his hand. "Wushuang, come out." Qin Wushuang walked up. "Wushuang, since you are new here, many of our colleagues don't know you. Today, we can use this opportunity to get to know each other." Qin Wushuang cupped his hands in a salute. Those with higher seniority all nodded to acknowledge him. Those of the same generation cupped their hands in return. Qin Chongyang laughed. "I am sure many of you know the name of Qin Wushuang. For his past deeds, those who are well informed, most likely you have heard about it. Today, I have called you all here to vote on the matter of awarding Qin Wushuang the title of core disciple. If anyone has any suggestions, you can speak up. Our Qin clan will never be a one-man show. Everyone is qualified to express their opinions." As he spoke, he changed the topic to everyone with a smile. "Third Chief, I think everyone has the same opinion on this matter. I am afraid most of us would not be able to accomplish what Qin Wushuang has done. Therefore, I fully agree with him becoming a core disciple. Even if he were to be promoted as an honored warrior and be on equal footing with me, I would not object." Ha ha. The person who spoke these words was honored warrior Ji Song, an elder with a straightforward personality. Honored warrior Ji Song's words had won a lot of agreement. Many core disciples had not received the information in time and started to ask around. After hearing the explanation, each of them drew a breath of cold air when they learned the monstrous things Qin Wushuang had done. They looked at Qin Wushuang with a completely different expression. "Third Chief, I think there is no need to ask for any opinions, right? Everyone's opinion is quite unanimous this time." Another venerable Yang Ji also exclaimed. Qin Chongyang laughed. "Are there no other opinions?" Although Elder Guan He carried a smile on the corner of his mouth, he was looking at honored warrior Ji Huai. Honored warrior Ji Huai gave a light cough. "Third Chief, I do have a few words to say." "Oh, just say it." After Ji Huai received Qin Chongyang's approval, he said seriously, "I have heard about the reputation of Qin Wushuang. And for what he has done, if it is true, it is extremely rare. However, if we were to confer the title of core disciple, according to the ancient tradition, there should be a period of observation. Even if Qin Wushuang's ability is not worthy of suspicion, his background, and his details should be able to withstand the test. Or else, the title of core disciple is a small matter. If something were to happen, it would be a huge blow to the Qin clan. Ji Huai's words caused a few experienced and prudent honored warriors to nod slightly. The other elders also nodded in agreement. Although not many people agreed with Ji Huai, there was a small group. An elder standing next to Guan He also spoke. Honored warrior Ji Huai's words are reasonable. I also feel that everyone should not be controlled by a form of fanatical emotion. According to the original standard of the Qin headquarters to take in core disciples, disciples from the foreign branches need to be inspected for at least 3 years. Some even need 10 or 20 years. After all, the disciples of the branch Qin clan are not under the eyes of the aspiring throne mountain. In terms of their foundation, we are not too clear. Yes, this Qin Wushuang came from the human countries and is even more remote. He has never communicated with the Qin headquarters. It is somewhat abrupt for him to appear all of a sudden. I think it's extremely necessary to inspect him carefully. Qin Wushuang remained silent. Being the person involved, of course it was inconvenient for him to defend himself. Most importantly, he was not extremely passionate about the title of core disciple. At this moment, he was thinking the most about Elder Guanfeng's advice and Qinlan's words. It seemed that the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was not as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. Just when Qin Wushuang was about to say something, suddenly Elder Guanfeng stood up and walked next to him. His face was somewhat red and swollen. Honored warrior Ji Huai, and elders, if you want to talk about the rules of taking in core disciples, I have nothing to say. But if you want to talk about his background, origin, and foundation, I, Guanfeng, have no choice but to stand out and say something. Qin Wushuang's ancestor, Qin Yu, had the best relationship with me. Heaven and earth can bear witness to Qin Yu's loyalty to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Now, his descendant has returned to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If you want to talk about his origin and background, it would be somewhat disappointing. Honored warrior Ji Huai said lightly, of course many people here remember Qin Yu. However, when that Qin Yu left the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, he did not leave openly, right? No one can say clearly where he went and what motive he had for leaving the aspiring throne mountain. Guanfeng's face turned even redder and the blue veins on his forehead were about to burst out. He said angrily, Honored warrior Ji Huai, you hold a higher position than me, it's not that I want to contradict you. Initially, others might not know why Qin Yu left the aspiring throne mountain, but honored warrior Ji Huai should know. How Qin Yu treated the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Touch your conscience and speak. Did the Qin clan betray him, or did Qin Yu betray the Qin clan? This way, you feel that the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan betrayed Qin Yu? Guanfeng said loudly, I only know that disciples of the Qin clan must live up to the Qin clan's strength of character. When speaking, you must live up to your conscience. I do not have great skill, but I do have this bit of conscience. If there is a problem with Qin Yu, or Qin Wushuang, I am willing to guarantee with my life. These words were already somewhat angry and appeared to be quarreling. However, the two chiefs did not stop him for they were unclear of the reason. They would never stop any voices. A few elders who were close to Guanfeng all walked up and acted as mediators. Elder Guanfeng, it's an old matter that happened a few hundred years ago, no need to mention it, right? Let's not harm the harmony. Guanfeng had an extremely mediocre and honest personality. It was apparent how much anger he had accumulated since he was able to make an honest person like him become angry. Qin Wushuang took a deep breath and said, Everyone, please allow me to speak. I did not mind the hard work and came to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan because I admire the strength of character of the Qin clan. Today, if I were to cause a dispute because of Wushuang's matter, it would not be my intention. For this title of core disciple, I am not determined to get it. In my opinion, as long as I make all contributions to the Qin clan within my ability, some false reputation is insignificant. With my temperament, I am Qin Wushuang, It is not to the extent that I cannot accept the title of core disciple. Please everyone stop quarreling. Time will prove everything, right? Qin Wushuang's attitude was out of everyone's expectation. Suddenly, Qin Yunran, who had not spoken a word, laughed. Each of you are quarreling until your face and ears turn red. You are not as broad-minded as a young man. All right, let me speak a word. Qin Wushuang's title of core disciple can be delayed for a while. However, as the chief, I will grant him the same authority as a core disciple. He will not be stopped from entering and leaving the upright morality hall and the ascending dragon slope. As soon as he spoke these words, it was the same as giving Qin Wushuang a pass. No one was qualified to doubt that Qin Yunran, the second chief, had this qualification. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 582. Although Qin Yunran rarely got involved with these worldly affairs of the aspiring throne mountain, everyone knew that it was not because this second chief did not have the qualifications, but because he had already transcended the worldly affairs of the aspiring throne mountain. Now, with his golden mouth, it was the same as concluding this matter. Although honored warrior Ji Huai still felt somewhat awkward inwardly, he would not dare to challenge the authority of the second chief. He shook his head with a bitter smile and did not say anything more. In fact, Qin Chongyang and Qin Yunran, these two major heads had already thought of various situations beforehand. Therefore, they had also discussed it. Once different kinds of strange voices appeared, Qin Yunran would step out to make the final decision and eliminate all doubtful voices. It was not because Qin Chongyang did not have enough authority, but because Qin Chongyang had to deal with these worldly affairs. If he stepped out, it would not be good. Qin Yunran held a superior position and would not go back on his words. When he stepped out, even if someone was displeased inwardly, they would certainly not dare to contradict Qin Yunran. Wushuang, why are you not thanking the second chief for his favor? Qin Chongyang said with a smile. Before Qin Wushuang could express anything, Qin Yunran laughed. Little one, there is no need for thanks, right? Next time you come to my place, just drink with me. Don't get drunk after one cup. Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly. Submissively, he returned to his original position with a smile. It seemed that this second chief was indeed a heroic figure that was rough but meticulous. His words sounded like he was talking about drinking, yet smart people should be able to figure out the hidden meaning. Being qualified to drink the wine of the second sect master, Qin Yunran, was not a privilege that anyone could enjoy. Indeed, when honored warrior Ji Huai heard these words, he felt another wave of depression. Vividly, he felt that this matter had already surpassed his control. Initially, Qin Yu and honored warrior Ji Huai were figures of the same generation. And they were both well-known figures among the core disciples. Both were nominated as key training targets. At the same time, they were listed as candidates qualified to take over the position of the chief. Although there were a lot of candidates, the competition between Qin Yu and Ji Huai existed everywhere. Because of this competition, both sides were competing with each other. As a result, Qin Yu was severely injured in a duel. Ji Huai's exclusion of Qin Yu was extremely obvious. In fact, even though Guan He had ostracized Qin Yu, he could only be considered as an accomplice at the very most. The core person who was truly pushing out Qin Yu was this Reverend Ji Huai. But man proposes, God disposes. Although Qin Yu was successfully squeezed out of the competitive circle by him, Ji Huai's later development also seemed to have become unsmooth. Until now, he could only linger around the limit of a venerable one. It was already almost impossible to enter the supreme Tao realm, let alone become the leader of the sect. Even among the venerables, they could not enter the top 3. Therefore, when Qin Wushuang appeared as a descendant of Qin Yu, Ji Huai's first reaction was shock, then displeasure. He absolutely did not wish for Qin Yu's descendants to gain power on the aspiring throne mountain. That was because he felt that it was a potential threat to his position. Just as Honorable Ji Huai was preoccupied, Qin Chongyang opened his mouth again. Everyone, for the past few days, I have not been in the mountain gate. Instead, I have gone to the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Do you all know that something major has happened in the Heavenly Emperor Gate? Something big. Many people showed inquisitive expressions. Yes, this matter is not a child's play. It sounds that it might be beneficial to the Qin clan. However, it's hard to say whether it's a good thing or not. Qin Chongyang said, that Heavenly Luo Daoist sect has been reported by someone. Reported the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Reported them for what? What shady business has the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect done? Qin Chongyang said with a low voice, everyone already knows about the grudge between the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect and Qin Wushuang. However, perhaps everyone is unaware of how much sacrifice and effort Qin Wushuang has made behind the scenes. First, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect spread rumors and enticed the freelance martial artists to invade the human countries. Next, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. The disciples of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect went to the human countries and destroyed Qin Wushuang's sect in the human countries. Therefore, a moment ago when you doubted Qin Wushuang's identity and foundation, it was unnecessary worry. There is no need to doubt Qin Wushuang's loyalty to the Qin clan. The sacrifice he has made is much more than many people at the scene. Third chief, could it be martial artists from the human countries have come to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to complain? How did they get here from millions of miles away? Yes, it's incredible. These people discussed spiritedly. Apparently, they all felt this matter was somewhat outrageous. Qin Wushuang also found it strange. People from the human countries had come to complain. Could it be someone from the Stargaze Palace? It should not be. This was not part of their plan. From Qin Chongyang's expression, there seemed to be a strange smile. You guys can't guess who is the one that has complained. This time, everyone became even more curious. They all begged Qin Chongyang to not keep them in suspense. However, Qin Chongyang seemed to be deliberately keeping them in suspense as he asked Qin Wushuang, Wushuang, do you know who it is? Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly. Could it be her? For some unknown reason, Qin Wushuang suddenly remembered Murong Shu, that generous and persistent Missy. Ha ha, it seems Wushuang has guessed it. Everyone, the one that has complained is Murong Shu, the Missy of the floating snowhouse master, Murong Qianji. When Qin Chongyang said here, he also laughed. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was shaken as countless emotions emerged from his heart. An inexplicable feeling of gratitude rose in his heart. After he had parted ways with Miss Murong at the border of the dispersed praying mountain, he felt that Miss Murong was going to travel far away. When he was at the Ironwood State City, Qin Wushuang had asked Black Panther to hint to Murong Shu to fly far away. Unexpectedly, Murong Shu had entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and complained directly to the Heavenly Emperor Gate. At this moment, regardless of how slow-witted Qin Wushuang was, he knew that Miss Qin Wushuang had not done this for herself, but for Qin Wushuang. Although these two had only interacted a few times, between the sounds of the zither, they had formed a form of mutual understanding. At this moment, when he suddenly heard this shocking news, the thin veil that had blocked Qin Wushuang's path had been removed. Since Miss Murong had acted with such high righteousness, if Qin Wushuang did not have any reaction, then he would be too slow-witted. Inwardly, all sorts of feelings welled up and for a time, he was dazed on the spot. Qin Chongyang laughed. Indeed, this Miss Murong is beyond all expectations. Initially, when she had escaped from the marriage and refused to marry Luo Ting, it had already made all the people of the Shen Yuan Mound feel extremely curious. Now, this Miss Murong had made such a world-shocking move. Everyone said that Miss Murong was refined and cultured, yet she had made such a shocking move. Ha ha, indeed, she is an extraordinary girl. Wushuang, don't you think so? Qin Wushuang smiled awkwardly. Miss Murong is soft on the outside but firm on the inside, she has her own opinions. Qin Chongyang said again, if it was only Murong Shu who had come to complain, the Heavenly Emperor Gate could have suppressed it if they wanted to protect the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. However, this time, many freelance martial artist representatives had also come to complain. They had all pointed their heads at the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. This heavenly Luo Daoist sect is truly despicable. They had put down their pride and went to the human countries to kill the innocent. Such a trashy sect dared to covet the position of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, it's truly absurd. Jisong started to spew out dirty words. They deserve to be unlucky. By the way, Third Chief, what did the Heavenly Emperor say? Qin Chongyang said with a smile. The Heavenly Emperor did not state his position clearly. However, from what I saw, he should be planning to patch up the matter and keep the peace. Now, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect has encountered such a major calamity. Most likely, the Heavenly Emperor will use this as an excuse to get out of the situation. He will be lenient. This is against the rules, right? Could it be that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect does not need to be punished for committing such a major crime? If that's the case, in the future, anyone can kill their way to the human countries. I am afraid the calamity from 10,000 years ago will repeat itself. Qin Chongyang said with a smile. Regarding the exact ruling, we will know in 3 days. In 3 days, the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates will reconvene at the Heavenly Emperor Gate and carry out the trial of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Wushuang, are you interested in going to listen? Qin Wushuang said, I could not ask for anything more. That's exactly what I wanted. Qin Chongyang said with a smile, regardless of whether the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect will be punished or not, it's enough to infuriate them half to death when you appear before them. Suddenly, Qin Yunran spoke, everyone, you must not treat this as a lively event. There are many things that can be done, you all must use your brains to think about it. This time, the judgment of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is of utmost importance. If they cover up for the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, to the Qin clan, it will definitely be a signal worth paying attention to. When Qin Wushuang heard these words, he also nodded heavily for he felt it made sense. However, Qin Chongyang helped everyone reduce the pressure. Of course, we should not carry too heavy of a burden in our hearts. Regardless of the situation, the Qin clan will not lose our footing due to the changes in the outside world. After 3 days, Qin Chongyang took Qin Wushuang and rushed towards the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor Gate was located at the southeast corner of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This southeast direction was the corner with the most abundant fortune. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor Gate was located here. Wushuang, regardless of how the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect will be judged, you must stay calm, do not let hatred get to your head. Qin Chongyang instructed carefully. Qin Wushuang said, Third Chief, please rest assured. I already have my wish. Even if the Heavenly Emperor Gate does not make a ruling, I will settle all the evil deeds committed by the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Alright, since the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect has gone against the tide, it's natural for us to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. In the midst of their conversation, they had already arrived beneath the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Qin Chongyang held a high position among the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. Naturally, no one stopped him. When they walked into the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the leaders of the other sects all greeted Qin Wushuang. When they saw Qin Wushuang, they could not refrain from asking about his identity. Qin Chongyang acted in a secretive manner and did not expose Qin Wushuang's true identity. When they entered the Heavenly Emperor Gate, it appeared even livelier. The extravagant and majestic buildings of the entire Heavenly Emperor Gate made Qin Wushuang feel as if he was immersed in it. He felt that this style was simply a work of art excelling the heavens. It could not be more luxurious and imposing than this. Along the way, they were unimpeded. In a moment, they had entered the main meeting hall. Many leaders of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates were already waiting in formation. Of course, this also included people of the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 583. Of course, the most conspicuous one was not the leaders of these sects, but the one sitting high on the dragon throne, the king of the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain. With a stamp of his feet, the supreme figure that would shake the Heavenly Emperor Mountain 3 times, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Finally, the people that only existed in legends had clearly appeared before Qin Wushuang. As Qin Wushuang looked at the Heavenly Emperor sitting high above, he seemed to see a ball of golden radiance. Yet, he also seemed to be in a state of chaos. He could not capture the true appearance of the Heavenly Emperor. A breathtaking, yet gentle voice sounded like a great bell. "Everyone, in 3 days, I welcome you to come again." The Heavenly Emperor Mountain has always been the leader of the Shen Yuan Mound and has set the example. Because of the hard work of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain has become the center of attention. The Heavenly Luo Daoist sect and the Floating Snow House are both important powerhouses of the Shen Yuan Mound. Regarding the handling of this matter, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain must also make a convincing decision. We cannot disappoint the hearts of all the powerhouses of the Shen Yuan Mound. These words did not reveal the truth. Even if everyone wanted to agree, they did not know from which angle. Thus, they could only remain silent and wait for the Heavenly Emperor to continue speaking. After the Heavenly Emperor had spoken these words, he did not continue. Instead, he said lightly, "Go and bring Miss Mu Rong and the leaders of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Let's see what's right and what's wrong." Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive inwardly. The words of the Heavenly Emperor appeared to be fair. However, Qin Wushuang had a subtle intuition that most likely, this matter would not have an ideal result. However, Qin Wushuang was calm. He had never expected the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to make a destructive ruling against the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Especially after he had destroyed the subduing Devil Stone tablet of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he had thrown away the last bit of hope he had. Since he had the ability to solve the problem, why should he place his hopes on others? Even if this was the Heavenly Emperor, the ruler of the Shen Yuan Mound, the king of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. However, Qin Wushuang did not have much hope at all. No matter what the situation was, only his own pair of fists was the most reliable and most trustworthy. Mistress Mu Rong was brought up first. When Mistress Mu Rong's gaze brushed past Qin Wushuang, instantly, a wave of red clouds flew up from her haggard face. Her eyes also had some extra vigor. When Qin Wushuang saw how thin and haggard Miss Mu Rong was, his heart skipped a beat and he felt a stab of pain. Compared to the last time they met in Skybreaking City, Miss Mu Rong seemed to have lost a lot of weight. However, the determination in her eyes were still the same as before. When their eyes met, it was as if they had exchanged 1,000 words, and a warm current surged in their hearts. Although there were many strong cultivators in front of them, it was as if only the 2 of them were left in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Immediately after, the 3 Dao warriors of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect were also brought up. When Luo Tongtian saw Qin Wushuang, he instantly remembered something. He had never met Qin Wushuang face to face. However, with his powerful perception, he recognized Qin Wushuang as soon as he left. Instantly, he glared at Qin Wushuang with anger. If all these elite warriors of the Supreme Dao were not present, most likely he would have lost control and killed Qin Wushuang on the spot. Qin Wushuang shot a cold glance at Luo Tongtian. Clearly, he would not be intimidated by Luo Tongtian's gaze. Luo Tongtian was filled with hatred. However, before all these elite warriors, he would not dare to act presumptuously. Besides, there were more important matters waiting for him to explain. The Heavenly Emperor was sitting high up in the air and had a panoramic view of all the details. Yet, he acted as if he did not see them. He only spoke lightly. "Murong Shu, you came to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to complain despite the arduous journey. You said that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had violated the 10,000-year agreement and invaded the human countries. Is this true? Do you have evidence?" "Your Majesty, that Luo Ting had bewitched those freelance martial artists to harass the human countries. Many freelance martial artists at the Ironwood State City of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture had witnessed it with their own eyes. Although Luo Ting had already received his retribution, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect behind him could not escape the responsibility. Later on, the destruction of the Stargaze Palace of the human countries was also a crime committed by the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Your Majesty, since the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had acted so recklessly, if we do not punish them severely, I am afraid it would be difficult to convince the public. Murong-shu was neither servile nor overbearing as he spoke with a clear voice. Under the imposing manner of the heavenly emperor, although he was somewhat nervous, in the end, he overcame his nervousness. The heavenly emperor nodded lightly. You said that Luo Ting had bewitched him. Some of those freelance martial artists from different places had also witnessed the scene. However, according to the investigation, this matter was done by Luo Ting alone. The higher-ups of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect did not bewitch or instigate him. This Luo Ting had left on his own and did not receive the approval from the leader of the sect. Luo Tongtian took over the topic. Your Majesty, this Murong-shu had an engagement with Luo Ting. Since she was able to break the engagement, it proves that she had a personal grudge with Luo Ting. She had come to complain due to a personal grudge, and it was suspected that she had used her position to avenge a personal grudge. Since she had sued the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, I am not convinced. Luo Tongtian spoke with the tone of a victim. Murong-shu's expression was calm as if she had already experienced Luo Tongtian's shameless face. Head Dao Luo, it's true that I do not like Luo Ting. However, I did not expose him because I do not like him. It's because his actions had indeed angered both humans and gods. His actions would not only push the human countries back into the abyss of eternal damnation, it would also damage the reputation of the Xian Yuan Mound. In the worst case, it could even trigger a conflict between the forbidden spiritual zones. Luo Tongtian said with a cold sneer, "Little girl, you only know how to use alarmist words to scare people. Do you think it would be easy for conflicts to arise between the forbidden spiritual zones? The heavenly emperor has always been fair and wise. How could he be bewitched by your lies?" Suddenly, Zhuo Lungshuang, the fourth Dao warrior behind Luo Tongtian, said with a gloomy voice, "Miss Murong, since you want to sue the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, do you dare to let me ask you a few questions?" Murong-shu said lightly, "Even if you ask 100 questions, I am not afraid." Zhuo Lungshuang nodded. "Okay, I will ask you. Everyone said that you had an affair with Qin Wushuang of the human countries and that you had colluded with him to deal with Luo Ting. You had deliberately angered him and caused his mind to become chaotic. This matter, is it true?" Murong-shu said with a somewhat mocking tone. Luo Ting's mind had never been normal. Since his mind was chaotic, there was no need for anyone to deliberately anger him. Zhuo Lungshuang said with hatred, "Little girl, you have such a vicious mouth. Do you dare to answer? Do you have a selfless relationship with that Qin Wushuang? Do you dare to admit that you do not have this Qin Wushuang in your heart?" These words were extremely treacherous and for a time, Murong-shu did not know how to answer. Qin Wushuang could no longer remain silent. He walked out and stood before Murong-shu. He bowed to the heavenly emperor and said, "Your Majesty, I am that Qin Wushuang, and I would like to speak a few words." The heavenly emperor said lightly, "Today, whether it is reasonable or unreasonable, you are all qualified to speak. Speak." Qin Wushuang nodded and glanced at Murong-shu. His resolute eyes had conveyed a form of determination. It had instantly steadied Murong-shu's state of mind. "Left Dao warrior, Miss Murong and I got to know each other through the sound of the zither. Since the beginning of time, I was moved by Miss Murong's zither music and admired her greatly. That was my, Qin Wushuang's, one-sided admiration. What does it have to do with Miss Murong?" "You said that Miss Murong's mouth was poisonous, but I think your aggressive words are the real stinking mouth." When Qin Wushuang said these words, even Murong-shu was incomparably surprised. Her heart was beating rapidly. She really did not expect that Qin Wushuang would say these words in public. It sounded like he was exonerating Murong-shu for her. But his previous expression, when put together, was more like a generous and straightforward confession. Zhuo Lungshuang sneered, "I don't care about the filthy matters between the two of you. In short, your love for each other is not fake." In this way, Murong-shu's words will definitely be biased. How can you believe her accusation? If you do not side with the adulterer, who will you side with? On Murong-shu's beautiful face, there was an embarrassed expression. These words, for a young girl, were ultimately not easy to accept. Even though she was bold, persistent, and opinionated. However, under the gaze of all these eyes, she felt wronged to the point of speechlessness when someone splashed dirty water on her. Qin Wushuang looked at Zhuo Longshuang coldly. Zhuo Longshuang, at your level, you are truly invincible when you are despicable. Didn't the heavenly Luo Daoist sect always run amok? How come up to this point, you do not dare to admit any of the things you have done, and are using malicious words to hurt others to cover up your actions? Is the grand heavenly Luo Daoist sect only left with such despicable methods to cover up your crimes? If that's the case, even if you can deceive the heavens and cross the sea today, there will always be a fair ruling. Luo Tongtian swore. Qin Wushuang, you still dare to speak nonsense here? You attacked the mountain gate of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and killed the successor of the sect. These are not fake, right? It's not fake at all. Qin Wushuang appeared calm and unhurried as his tone was full of disdain. I am not like the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, a coward who does not dare to admit what he has done. That's right, I destroyed the subduing devil stone tablet. I also killed Luo Ting. And those 4 vicious dogs of the Morning Sun town, I killed them all. I also controlled landlord Zhuo, Luo Yang, and entered the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. What about it? What kind of cause, what kind of effect? From beginning to end, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect never gave me a way out. Why should I give you a way out? Qin Wushuang's voice was deafening as he spoke to the heavens and the earth. Your Majesty, even if the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is not punished, I have nothing to say. Justice resides in my heart. Sooner or later, I will seek revenge from them. Everything I did started because the heavenly Luo Daoist sect pursued me. They pushed me too far. As soon as I entered the Xian Yuan Mound, they issued a bounty to kill me. Next, Luo Ting made a move himself. In the end, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect almost turned out in full force. When they could not kill me, they took out their anger on my sect and caused a disaster to befall my sect. With such hatred, what's wrong with me retaliating? It seemed that Qin Wushuang was not satisfied as he pointed to Murong Shu. Out of justice, Miss Murong came to file a complaint without any hesitation. Of course, her noble character and unquestionable integrity is a good story in the world. Yet, what did the heavenly Luo Daoist sect scold her for? Everything shows that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is willing to degrade themselves. His words of justice were forceful and powerful. It made those leaders of the heavenly Emperor 8 Gates to sweat inwardly for Qin Wushuang. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 584. The High and Mighty Heavenly Emperor also seemed to be slightly surprised by Qin Wushuang's fearless temperament. At the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he had seen too many young people. Among the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, there were not any young people he had not seen before. However, this Qin Wushuang from the human countries had made the Heavenly Emperor feel a trace of surprise. To be able to maintain such powerful calmness before all these supreme Dao elite warriors, this Qin Wushuang had gained a whole new level of respect. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was feeling somewhat anxious. Yet, it was inconvenient for him to give any hints to Qin Wushuang. However, after Qin Wushuang had finished speaking these words, strangely, he did not continue to speak. Suddenly, the Heavenly Emperor laughed. Everyone, did you hear that? There is the so-called saying of heroes come from the youth. For the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, we need such young people with courage. Alright, I will say a few words. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect should not have pursued Qin Wushuang for some small matters, nor should they have harassed the human countries. As for the matter of the Stargaze Palace, whether it is related to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, I have already sent people to investigate. Considering that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect has already suffered a major blow, this matter is decided. From now on, regardless of who it is, regardless of the grudges, all conflicts must be solved within the Xian Yuan Mound. Even if you must go outside of the Xian Yuan Mound, you must not harass the human countries. If anyone violates this rule, they will be severely punished. The words of the Heavenly Emperor appeared to be extremely fair. However, being an obedient person, Qin Wushuang could hear that in the end, the Heavenly Emperor did not want to suppress the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect too much. Therefore, Miss Mu Rong's actions would at most force the Heavenly Emperor to express his stance and put an end to future risks. As for the past, although it was said that it was still being investigated, it was obvious that the result would be left unsettled. Thinking here, Qin Wushuang sneered inwardly and did not speak a word. Chongyang, for this matter, what do you think? Suddenly, the Heavenly Emperor asked Qin Chongyang. Qin Chongyang said with a smile, how could I object to the ruling of the Heavenly Emperor? Now, this Qin Wushuang is already a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. You can count all grudges to the Qin clan. Qin Chongyang's casual tone was full of confidence and power. Even in front of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor, he did not compromise and bow his head. Luo Tongtian looked at Qin Wushuang with resentment and swallowed his anger. Your Majesty, this Qin Wushuang destroyed my mountain gate. The Heavenly Luo Daoist sect will not rest until one of us dies. However, I will definitely remember your Majesty's decree and will never let the flames of war spread to the human countries. Qin Wushuang said indifferently, Luo Tongtian, your words are like bullshit. I don't believe your bullshit at all. If it wasn't for the fact that I had already predicted your despicableness and transferred my family and fellow sect members, you would have succeeded long ago. However, for each of those vengeful souls from the Stargaze Palace, I will seek revenge from the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Just you wait, Luo Tongtian said angrily. Are your fellow disciples the fate of the Stargaze Palace? Are the disciples of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect not fate? You destroyed my mountain gate and hundreds of core disciples of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect died. There were also some elders and countless ordinary disciples. For this debt, even if you don't look for me, I will look for you. Qin Wushuang gave tit for tat, that was your own sin. I only know that since you have created the evil cause, you must accept the evil consequences. The Heavenly Emperor said with a smile, all right, us martial artists of the Shen Yuan Mound do not pay attention to bickering. The personal grudges between you can be solved in private. Regardless of the methods used, it is the law of survival of the fittest in the Tian Shen land. There is only one point, you must not cross the bottom line. After he had finished, the Heavenly Emperor said to Murongshu, Miss Murongshu, are you satisfied with this solution? Initially, Murongshu had come to complain because she was worried that Luo Ting would pose a fatal threat to Qin Wushuang. However, when she heard that the headquarters of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had been destroyed by Qin Wushuang and that Qin Wushuang had already sought refuge with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, it meant that Qin Wushuang was not afraid of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. As long as Qin Wushuang was not in danger, her mood had calmed down. She said, Your Majesty has handled this matter impartially, I have no objections. The Heavenly Emperor chuckled, I've always heard that Mu Rong Chenji had a good daughter and that the floating snow house has a good daughter. Seeing you today, indeed you have lived up to your reputation. When he said here, he said to Qin Chongyang with a mocking tone, Chongyang, does your aspiring throne mountain intend to become in-laws with the floating snow house? Ha ha. Qin Chongyang said with a smile, this will depend on the thoughts of the young people. Your Majesty, could it be you intend to officiate the marriage or act as a matchmaker? The Heavenly Emperor laughed, I do have this thought. Unfortunately, with my position, it's not appropriate for me to officiate the marriage or act as a matchmaker. Everyone laughed. In the end, Murongshu was a girl. When she heard the words of everyone, a red glow flashed across her face as she retreated to the side. After leaving the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Qin Wushuang and Murongshu walked side by side. These two shared the same thoughts and were filled with faint joy. Miss Murong, thank you. Qin Wushuang fixed his gaze at Murongshu and said from the bottom of his heart. Murongshu revealed a light smile, Young Master Qin, it's good as long as you are fine. At this moment, Little Bamboo also interrupted, Young Master Qin, this time, my miss has truly thrown caution to the wind. Now, I am afraid the entire Shen Yuan Mound is talking about my miss. I really don't know what master will think this time. I am afraid he will blame Miss when Murong-shu ran away from home. Perhaps Murong-chenji would not say anything. However, this time, she had come to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to file a complaint. The public opinion of the outside world could easily come to a conclusion. Murong-shu was running around for Qin Wushuang. Initially, it seemed that the private relationship between her and Qin Wushuang was true. Once the wind of public opinion blew, it would be detrimental to the reputation of the floating snow house. If Murong-shu truly walked together with Qin Wushuang, it would not matter. He was only afraid that in the end, Murong-shu would not walk together with Qin Wushuang. Hearing Little Bamboo's words, Murong-shu comforted her. Little Bamboo, don't worry. This is my choice. If father truly blames me, if the floating snow house truly feels ashamed, even if I leave the floating snow house, I will not regret it. Murong-shu spoke with a determined tone. However, when she spoke these words, she appeared indifferent, as if she was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. Instantly, Qin Wushuang felt waves of emotions. If a girl had done so much for you, even an idiot should know her intentions. Little Bamboo said with a stuttering tone, Missy, in that case, master will be sad. Murong-shu said with a smile, you silly girl, I am not cutting off my relationship with father by leaving the floating snow house. Father is still my father. I just don't like the floating snow house forcing things on me. However, I know that this is not father's intention. Missy Murong, Qin Wushuang said emotionally, how am I, Qin Wushuang, worthy of you treating me like this? For such kindness, even if I have to sacrifice my life, it will be difficult for me to repay you. Little Bamboo chuckled, you big block of wood, I see that you are very smart when dealing with enemies. How come you are so stupid before my Missy? Missy is doing these things because she likes it. Could it be that she wants you to repay her? Little Bamboo, you talk too much. Murong-shu's cheeks flushed red. Little Bamboo stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, Missy, I see that young Master Qin is like a big block of wood. Please enlighten him. Qin Wushuang looked at Murong-shu seriously, his expression full of concentration. A boundless love welled up in his heart. This kind of love was different from the love he had for his family, friends, and masters. However, it was equally sincere and passionate. Moreover, compared to those feelings, it was much sweeter. Hey, Missy, you guys go ahead and chat. I will wait for you in front. Little Bamboo winked at Qin Wushuang and made a funny face. Then, she ran ahead. After running a few steps, she suddenly thought of something and turned around with a smile. She said to Qin Wushuang, big block of wood, let me tell you. My master calls Missy Shu-er. What Missy Murong, it's too distant. Hearing it makes my ears uncomfortable. Hee. Qin Wushuang was stunned. Then, he smiled. Looking at Little Bamboo's departing figure, Murong-shu said with a smile, young Master Qin, this girl Little Bamboo has been spoiled by me. You have to be more responsible. I see that Little Bamboo is innocent and straightforward. She is very cute. Only someone like Missy Murong can have such an obedient maid. Murong-shu smiled and revealed a mischievous smile. She raised her head and looked at Qin Wushuang. Do you still like to call me Missy Murong? Qin Wushuang was stunned. He had already developed a habit. At this moment, he understood. Happiness welled up in his heart and he blurted out, Shu-er. Murong-shu smiled sweetly and looked ahead leisurely. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the distant mountains. Even though she was looking at the setting sun, Murong-shu felt incomparably happy at this moment. She said with a somewhat infatuated tone, Big brother Qin, ever since I was young, I have never felt so happy. If this setting sun doesn't set and stays here forever, that would be great. These words were somewhat childish, but it was the portrayal of Murong-shu's feelings at this moment. After wandering outside for so many years, her heart was miserable. At least, there was no goal and no hope. At this moment, in front of the man she admired, their hearts and minds were connected. All the wonderful things in the world could not surpass the happiness in front of her eyes. Qin Wushuang smiled, Shu-er, the setting sun has set. Tomorrow, there will be an even more beautiful morning sun. Forever and ever, we will watch the sunrise and sunset together. No matter who it is, no matter what it is, we will never separate. Murong Shu's body shook. She looked at Qin Wushuang with a sentimental gaze. Big brother Qin, are these really your heartfelt words? Absolutely true. Qin Wushuang's face was full of sincerity. No matter who it is, no matter what it is, no matter what difficulties or obstacles, are you willing to work hard for Shu and flatten all obstacles? I am willing. Qin Wushuang held Murong's soft hands tightly and said emotionally as he looked at her eyes that were as clear as the autumn water. Murong Shu smiled with tears in her eyes. She only nodded. Big brother Qin, I am very happy. With these words of yours, I feel that my wandering for so many years was correct. It was the wisest choice I made in my life. If they forced me to marry Luo Ting, I would die. Don't worry, Shu Er. Luo Ting is no longer here. Qin Wushuang comforted her softly. Murong Shu nodded heavily. However, there was still some faint worry in her expression. 7 consecutive explosions begin. I will definitely finish before midnight. Readers, please be at ease. Old Bull will definitely not delay the account until next month. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.